Section 21 of H.M.I, some passages in the life of one of H.M. Inspectors of Schools. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. H.M.I, some passages in the life of one of H.M. Inspectors of Schools, by Edmund, MacKenzie, Sneyd-Kinnersley. R.C.s. A single life doth well with churchmen, for charity will hardly water the ground, where it must first fill a pool. Bacon. I think I have already said that one of the charms of our life, seemingly so monotonous, was its infinite variety. There were no days in the year that provided such varied entertainment as those set apart for the Roman Catholic schools. Technically, we knew them only as R.C.s. It should be premised that, as a general rule, in the northwest of England, in French idiom, who says Roman Catholic says also Irish. This is not the case in some villages in Lancashire, where the Reformation has not yet penetrated. And in such towns as Liverpool and Manchester, there is a large admixture of the Latin race, besides Belgians and Hollanders, but in Cheshire, with very few exceptions, the priests are Irish, and the school teachers and children are Irish. There is a sprinkling of English priests, but by dint of living almost wholly with Irish co-religionists, they nearly always have a noticeable brogue. They study their business so diligently and so skillfully that I can quite imagine they would cultivate the brogue, if it were not self-sowing, as the key to the hearts of their flocks. Assume a virtue if you have it not. On the other hand, I have known some Irish priests whose families have lived so long in the land of the silent H, that, if on such a theme I may be allowed a bull, they have added the absent H to their brogue, making themselves all things to all men. It must always be borne in mind that in the north there are exceedingly few of the well-born, well-to-do priests, such as are found in London and the south. In the former district, they are for the most part born of the working class, workers among the working class, and especially among the working class that does not work if it can avoid it. Born poor, often poorly educated, poorly paid, chiefly dependent on the poorest of the poor, holding office practically at the will of the bishop, subject to an appeal to Rome, and without prospect of any promotion except to the dignity of an honorary canonry. They seem to have less of the enviable in their lives than most of their flock, a drudgery with the halo of martyrdom. Happily, said a vert to me, these Catholic-born priests are exempt from doubt, and their absolute knowledge that the next world will bring them a recompense for their work here is sufficient consolation. Nothing could be farther from the truth than the popular conception of their character and habits. What priests in Ireland may be, I know not. What they are in northwest England, I know in part. As regards their character, I may say that I have known very many priests among the 5 million inhabitants of the two counties Palatine in the last 30 years, and that I have heard of only 2 charges affecting their moral character, in the popular acceptation of the phrase. In one case, the offender was a foreigner, and he was expatriated with admirable speed. In the other case, there was only the gossip that no one heeds. They are priests of the church of a small minority. They are on their guard, and they keep guard well. I do not mean to say that they are impeccable, but their peccadillos were not my concern, unless they took the form of an attempt on the public purse in school matters. And this chronicle is not a chronicle of other people's failings. I turn to Lorna Doone. That is said to be the angels' business, and I doubt if they can attend to it without injury to themselves. For the rest, their bitterest enemies, and they are very bitter in these parts, will allow that they work without ceasing and with entire self-devotion. In their parochial work, I imagine, not from inquiry, but from casual observation, that the house-to-house visiting falls chiefly on the curates. The rector is more easily found at home, but the heavy work undoubtedly comes at night. The doorbell seems to get no rest. Sometimes it is a drunken woman who comes to take the pledge, just as a wealthier drunkard might ask for a bottle of seltzer. Sometimes a request for worldly advice or assistance. Sometimes, and many times, an urgent demand for a speedy visit to Biddy, who is dying entirely, but turns out to be dismally drunk. The whole force of the mission is sometimes called out, and then, even when the inspector was playing his annual rubber, it was with much difficulty that a quorum could be kept. In the small hours of the morning, the flock break out afresh. Patsy is brought home helpless at 2 a.m. Michael had his head cut open at 3. Molly upsets the lamp and sets the baby on fire at 4. In each and every case, his reverence is brought down to give the last rites to the afflicted person, and in each and every case he finds that he might as well have gone on with his sleep. Dear Canon C., much loved, much plundered, was it not told of him how his flock took it in turns to trade on his loving credulity? In the early morning there would come a violent ring at the bell, and the canon would stare out into the wet darkness. "Who is there?" "It's me, Mrs. O'Shaughnessy. God help me, your reverence." "What do you want?" "It's me husband that's had a stroke, and he's dying this minute." "Well, I can't come, but here's £0.50. And so on da capo till the purse was empty. Why did they stand it? The answer was given me indirectly by a contemplative priest. There can be no doubt that for the working man, the Church of Rome is the best in the world. Why specially for the working man? Because it enables him to lead whatever sort of life he prefers, and then at the last moment he can send for the priest and put it all straight. Good heavens, Canon, do you believe that? My dear man, if you believe in the Bible, there can't be the least doubt in the world about it. This seems to account for the conversation, in the scriptural sense, of several friends. It is hard that the privilege should seem to be confined to working men. However, it becomes abundantly clear that even at 2 a.m., Patsy cannot be neglected. It may be for him the chance of a lifetime. Another and most distracting part of their work is finance. I believe I am correct in the following premises. Every mission in these parts is a debt on the buildings. No such debt can be incurred without leave from the bishop. The priest is bound to find the quarterly interest. No personal liability attaches to the priest. His successor inherits the debt. In favor of spending there is 1. A congregation full of zeal, thriftless, firmly believing in justification by works. 2. Freedom from personal or family liability. 3. Accruing reputation for zeal. On the other side, the interest has to be found, and the congregations are poor and heavily taxed for maintenance. You may say that there is 3 for and 1 against, but arguments are weighed, not counted, and the weight of that quarterly interest is the weight of the old man of the sea. How many lives have I seen wrecked in that sea of debt, in spite of the anchor of faith? Yet debt in moderation is most wholesome and full of comfort, as one of the articles says of something else. I forget what, and I have preached to Anglican divines, and with some acceptance of blessings of debt. Call it distributing capital expenditure over a term of years, and even a rural dean succumbs. Out of debt, out of danger, but out of debt, out of progress. The third great branch of their work is one that I can discuss with more knowledge, the educational side. This is the most remarkable instance of their zeal, and also of their success. The mere building of the schools merely in the two Palatine counties, represents a very large expenditure, though, no doubt, a good deal of this was added to the debt. There remained the overwhelming difficulty of the annual upkeep. It was in their favor that the salaries of the RC school teachers were low, and that the excuse of poverty was often accepted for a scanty supply of school apparatus. Against this must be set the arduous task of getting school pens from a poverty-stricken flock. School pens, indeed, and me with nothing to eat in the house, and the children with never a boot to the sole of their feet. Holy Mother! And subscriptions from exhausted subscribers. There is, I believe, in some domain of chemistry, an exhausted receiver. It has no counterpart in the charitable world. The Free Education Act of 1891 was a positive boon to them. Footnote: before the Act of 1891, children paid school pence, from 1 pence to 9 pence a week. The Act provided for a treasury grant of 10 shillings per head for each child, say 3 pence a week, on condition that the school fees were reduced by that amount. Thus children paying not more than 3 pence a week were relieved of all charge, and the managers were assured of a moderate income. End of footnote. It gave them a certain 10 shillings per child per year, instead of a problematic 5 shillings, or 7 shillings 6 pence. But the Act of 1902 seems to have brought them the sort of riches which Horace called operaciores. I think the matter has been mentioned in the newspapers. Many of the girls in infant schools were taught by nuns, and I have usually supposed that same cooperative arrangement was made in such cases with the convents, by which chaplain's duty at the convent was set off, in part, against the sisters' salaries. There are many orders in the Northwest, and their names, whether polysyllabic or foreign, or both, are often a sore trial to the poor Irish. Outside Liverpool there may be someone that has not heard the story of the afflicted Irishman, who gratefully acknowledged the kindness of the faithful companions. They were very good to me, and the little sisters of Misericord, they was very good. But the best of all was the bone-suckers, bone-succours. Of these three, the first named is the only teaching order, but there are many others, of whom the best known are the Sisters of Notre Dame in Liverpool. And if anyone wants to know what can be done for education, primary, secondary, tertiary, for aught I know, he should go to Mount Pleasant in that city and look around him. As teachers, nuns have many advantages. They are wholly devoted to their work, not to their pay, for they never see a farthing of it. It goes to domos. They regard their service as their permanent vocation without the distraction of possible courtships. In their ways, with girls they are almost motherly, and the sisters from the better orders have a singularly refining influence on the children. There are also certain disadvantages. The good sisters are too unworldly. They never read a newspaper. I suppose they read few books. Their chances of improvement are limited, and their tendency is narrowing. In the case of the less successful ones, it is rather dispiriting for a school manager or an inspector to think that, as the happy dispatch of marriage is impossible, they must wait for the slower process of age to remove them from the list. Also, they have too often a profound contempt for rules and codes. I think this is due to their Irish ancestry, which naturally disposes them to be agin the government. And they are by no means subservient to their priestly managers. At their back, in case of dispute, is Reverend Mother, and only the boldest priest would go to war with so excellent and so powerful a person. When the Orangemen had persuaded Parliament to pass an act for the inspection of convents, I shall not apply for the post of inspector. Not that I have any fear of a hostile reception. On the contrary, it is because I fear that, inasmuch as I may be by that time somewhat advanced in years, My constitution would not be able to stand a life of profuse hospitality. There was one convent, but I hope Reverend Mother will never see this page, where I found the Lord Mayor of collations after the annual inspection so perilous that I had to resort to the most discreditable maneuvers to escape. Bolton Abbey in the olden time, Landseer was their model, and fish, flesh, and fowl made the table groan before me, and made me groan after the table, cruel only to be kind, and inversely. A clerical friend of mine, holding strong evangelical views, and being annoyed, I suppose, by his school report, took some pains to undermine my character by spreading a rumor that I had played whist at a certain convent with the Mother Superior, the second in command, and the chaplain. I should have been very glad to do so, and I couldn't quite imagine Reverend Mother playing a very good game, and coming out with small cards from her long suit when all our trumps were gone. But in sober truth I was not asked. My dear friend, Father Roselbex, was much shocked when I told him of the rumor. It appeared that cards are forbidden to holy women. But surely this would not exclude patience? It is another instance of the tyranny of man that he, the man-priest, persuades holy women to regard cards as permissible to him, but wicked for them. I admit that they are forbidden to the clergy by the canons of the Church of England, but I believe Rome is more lenient, and I have known several Anglican transgressors. In this connection, a friend tells the story of the great Henry of Exeter, Bishop Philpotts. He was in residence as Golden Canon of Durham, and in that ancient city was playing an unhallowed rubber. Close by his side was a stray parson, who was telling with some glee how he had buried a dissenter, or married a divorcee, or what not. Philpotts turned savagely round on him. "Sir, are you aware your proceeding was directly contrary to the canons of the church?" The parson was entirely unabashed. "So it is contrary to the canons," he retorted, "for you to sit there playing whist with the ace of trumps in your hand." But I am straying from the point, if there ever was one. There is, finally, a branch of priestly employment upon which I am peculiarly well qualified to speak. This is the hospitality department, and herein they excel all denominations. Their traditions are partly Irish, partly collegiate or monastic, a good stock on both sides, if it's dining you want. There was still remaining in my earlier inspecting days a few country rectories where, before the fall in the value of tithe and glebe, H.M.I. was royally received, and the neighboring gentry assembled to do him honor. As a rule, those dinners were magnificent but not festive. A modest man like the present chronicler soon gets weary of being stared at and listened to. Moreover, the tedium was prolonged beyond the grave of dessert, for there was the drawing-room, and it was always possible that someone would sing. Far different were the R.C. nights. Clear in the memory is the recollection of that Chester south window looking over the Vale Royal, and the fresh green of the April meadows, the cheerful room where the provost, newly recovered from the horrors of Lent, made all things smooth, and the well-beloved canon paced restlessly up and down his quarter-deck, smoking his unfailing cigarette, and bringing out of his treasures things new and old, and never to be forgotten are those wild February nights in the city of the future, when Monsignor dispensed carnival hospitality, ending in the long, well-stocked library, where we discoursed Dies Caemilius, sine ullo solennitate tradi possunt. The phrase is academical, till near the midnight hour. Well remembered, too, are the other presbyteries in that hospitable town, and the genial welcome that began with the smiling parlour-maid at the door, who remembered the old man when I was in Standard 4, myself, and he pulled my hair, and called me Biddy, and ended much later at night. In many other places, Manchester and Salford alone had more than 30 RC schools. My duty took me, and in all the welcome was the same. To their credit, moreover, be it said, the priests are singularly free from that professional, unreal manner affected by some clergymen, and by nearly all dissenting ministers. A good bedside manner is esteemed in doctors, but a good graveside manner is abominable in anyone but an undertaker. Where is that Barty now? Few indeed of my old hosts survive. And I the last go forth companionless, and the days darken round me, and the years, among new men, strange faces, other minds. It must not be supposed that the company on these occasions was exclusively clerical. Poor was the mission that could not produce a festive layman, or two, to give variety to the conversation, and also, if by any remote chance someone demanded a rubber, to prevent the possibility of being counted out in consequence of an epidemic of sick calls. It was not in what is really absurdly called the city of the future, but in Utopia, that I was guest at one inspection dinner that may seem to deserve a record. It was at St. Michael's RC, and I had inspected the schools that day. Who was there? There was Canon A, my host, Father B, an Oxford man, formerly in deacon's orders in the Church of England, afterwards a vert. Mr. C, treasurer of the schools, a man of good Lancashire Roman Catholic family, belonging rather to the Newman cult than to the Manningites. For the rest, interested in cotton or silk or wheat. Father O'Dowd, who had been trained at the English College in Rome and had lived for some years in foreign parts. Father O'Flynn, who had come over from County Cork to see his old schoolfellow, the canon. They had been boys together at Usher, or Stonyhurst, or somewhere, and had kept up their old friendship in spite of distance. Lastly, there was Dr. Walsh, a keen-witted man of the world, who had a good RC practice in the town, and was much esteemed by my host, though he was suspected of some laxity in his views and in the observance of his duties. We dined well, of course, but while the maids were hovering about, the conversation was limited to local topics, neutral politics, and, for O'Dowd's sake, recollections of foreign towns. We could not even allude to the schools, much to my relief, for the maid's sisters, cousins, and aunts were at St. Michael's, as teachers or scholars. But when dessert brought freedom, we expanded, and Father O'Flynn, with his pleasant Irish good fellowship, said to me across the table, he and I sat left and right of our host, "I hope ye've been pleased with the Canon schools this morning, Mr. Inspector." I laughed, accepting this as a gambit, not a question, and replied that I was always pleased with St. Michael's. "Well, ye know," he continued, "you can't make a silk purse out of unsuitable materials, but they're a highly intelligent lot of boys that they turn out. I met one of them on my way up from the station, and he got lave to carry me back, because his brogue won my heart. He said he went to St. Michael's when he was a kid, but now he'd gotten a certificate. What did he mean by that now? Got a certificate of exemption, and he passed an examination for it? Well, it's easy, I can see, and there's hopes for the canon yet. So I just asked him how many yards there were to a foot, and he said 12. And I put it to him whether this wasn't too liberal an allowance. Oh, he was much hurt. Anyways, he says, that was the way they learned me at St. Michael's, avid to poise. Our host shook with laughter. The boy was Jimmy Nolan, and he was not all there. There had been a fight at a wake in the house where Jimmy was a baby, and Jimmy had a nasty fall on the floor, and something had gone wrong. "Ah, well," O'Flynn went on, "the boys have a better time of it than you and I had, William. Do you remember the provost? He had the heavy hand. Do you remember how, when he had given us a dozen apiece, he would send us into chapel to pray for him? What do you think of that now, Mr. Kinnersley? I replied with official caution that it seemed to show a certain lack of humor on the provost's part, or else a strong disbelief in the efficacy of prayer. If I had been in the provost's place, I should not have given two sore boys carte blanche to besiege Providence. He might have found himself an inverted Balak. And I recalled the reply of Archbishop Sumner when Bishop Pillpots, already quoted a few pages ago, at the end of a heated argument said it only remained for him to return to Exeter and pray for his grace. "No," said the Archbishop, turning pale. "Don't do anything uncharitable." "That was neatly put for an Englishman," said O'Flynn. "I like a clean give and take, all in good manners. Did you ever hear of Cardinal Z's rebuff at his installation? There is a custom, you may have heard, that when a cardinal bishop is appointed, he takes his title from a particular church in Rome. Cardinal Newman, for instance, was this way associated with the church of St. Giorgio Velabro, down by the Arch of Janus. Is it not, Father O'Dowd? And the story goes that Z, who at one time aspired to be the head of a certain church in the immortal city, which we may call St. Apollinaris, and had at that time been unsuccessful, eventually received the purple and took his title from that same church. In due course he attended the church in full pomp to be installed, and it gave him the keenest delight to see at the head of the local clergy the man who had led the opposition against him. As he descended from his state carriage, he bowed formally to his enemy and said as if it were part of the ceremony, "Lapidem quem reprobaverunt edificantes, hic factus est in caput anguli." Footnote, "The stone which the builders rejected, the same has become the head of the corner." End of footnote. The other bowed almost to the ground and responded, "A domino factum et istus, et est mirabili in oculis nostris." Footnote, "This is the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes." End of footnote. I doubt if history can produce a better thrust and parry. "In the upper circles of Rome," said Father B., who seemed to be, like Mr. C., an admirer of Newman, "they cultivate these amenities. The inspector may not know Monsignor Talbot's remark to Cardinal Harwood. You remember that Cardinal Manning's life is full of allusions to those two great men, and you will not have forgotten how Manning relied on Talbot's help, and how, when Talbot broke down in mind and body, Manning neglected him." Footnote, see Manning's Life, Volume 2, pages 695 to 6, Notes, First Edition. End of footnote. At one time, both Howard and Talbot were in great favor at the Vatican, but while Talbot was well aware that he owed his position simply to the fact that he was a Talbot, the Cardinal was secretly certain that, besides his personal appearance, which at one time added luster to the Life Guards, and his connection with the blood of all the Howards, there was intrinsic merit. It was therefore the delight of Talbot to poke fun at his fellow countrymen, and the inner circle greatly enjoyed these scenes. At last the climax was reached. The Pope sent for both grandees, and informed them that he had determined to send them on a special mission to Goa, in southwest India. Full particulars were promised. Meanwhile, he proffered his blessing. The two returned to their gorgeous carriage, and when it moved on, Howard lay back in his corner, meditating triumphantly that his time had come. Obvious merit had at last been recognized, and the Catholic world would admit it. Goa was only a starting point, and then, beneath the dome of St. Peter's, a dense crowd of the faithful cheering, a blare of trumpets, an atmosphere thick with incense, and a 15-stone pontiff borne on a sedia gestoria. All these floated before his eyes, ears, nose. Why should Nicholas Breakspeare be the last Englishman to ascend the papal throne? And then came a chuckle by his side, and a familiar voice. "I say, Howard, I expect this isn't much of a job. or they wouldn't have sent you and me. There were many stories of Talbot, said Mr. C. My uncle knew Cardinal Newman well at Birmingham and heard many, but Talbot was, of course, too nearly allied to Cardinal Manning to be a persona grata to the other great ecclesiastic. I remember one story illustrating the simplicity of his character. Talbot came over to London to preach for a special fund in some church, and there was a vast congregation to hear the intimate and constant attendant appeal no. Footnote. See Manning's Life, Volume 2, page 574. End of footnote. He began by informing them that he had only, on the previous day, received a letter from the Holy Father himself upon the very topic which had brought them together that day. He would read it to them, and he begged that they would remember that, the Pope being the vice-regent of the Almighty, they should regard it as a voice from the unseen world. He would now begin. My dear Monsignor, it is very hot here. What followed, the congregation never could remember, but they laughed so much that the rest was lost. I think that Father O'Flynn did not like these anecdotes. I suspected that he, the canon, and probably O'Dowd were ultramontanes, and that Walsh was entirely indifferent. Certainly at this moment the canon rose and suggested a move upstairs, where we should find a fire more suitable for the January temperature, and we went. There was indeed a charming fire, and a goodly array of comfortable chairs. I don't know why it is, but after a good dinner the frail body seems to yearn for external heat, something to do with the gastric juices, I believe, but I never was any good at animal physiology, though I examined in it when required. I settled myself with a sigh of relief in a huge armchair, and O'Dowd found a seat next me. We cast away the trifling cigarette, and betook ourselves to the businesslike pipe or cigar. Walsh and some others betook themselves at once to whist. We talked about Paris for some time, and then moved south. O'Dowd remarked that he believed I knew Rome. I told him how much and how little I knew of it, and for a time we talked of churches and palaces, pictures and music, and an abiding calm came over us. I dare say you know, said he, probably with some reference in his mind to what we had heard downstairs, that you must not believe all that you hear in Rome. They are very good in anecdotes. Quid Romi faciam? Manutri nescio, said Juvenal, but that was as a critic. Never before I had heard a priest quote Juvenal. Do you know the Gesù Church at the foot of the Capitol, a terribly gusty place? I knew that tawdry edifice, and I told him so, omitting the adjective. And the story of the devil and the north wind? No, it is a typical Roman legend. The devil and the north wind one autumn evening were coming down from the Capitol, and they stopped outside the Gesù. Said Satan, just stop here a moment while I go inside and say a prayer. And he went in, and the north wind has ever since been waiting outside for him to come out. Now I saw how Livy came to write his history. He was nursed upon the selfsame 7 hills, and he would have liked that legend. Insensibly, in the comfort of the armchair and the fire, I began to translate the story into Latin in the style of Livy. That would have gladdened the heart of the Reverend E.C.W., sometime fellow and tutor of Balliol. Eadem anno jam autumnalem, equino noctium instabat, et complora prodigia referebantur, when O'Flynn woke me up with a start. They were telling me in a boat, he said, about Father Hennessy and the Orangeman. Have you heard it? Hennessy was traveling to Dublin and was saying his office as he was in the carriage, and opposite him was a man from County Down. Soon after they left the station, the Orangeman leant across to Father Hennessy in the middle of his office, you understand, and says, I wouldn't go to purgatory, says he. Beatum Michaelum Archangelum, Beatum Joannam Baptistum, Sancto Appolitus, mutters Hennessy, looking over the other's head as if he didn't exist anyway. This took the Orangeman back a bit, but soon he perks up and slides a bit nearer. I wouldn't go to purgatory, he says again, and Hennessy goes on. Sicut erat in principio, et nunc et semper, he says, and never heeds him. After a while, the down man gets quite mad, and he moves forward close up to the priest, and looks him straight in the face, and says very loud and distinct, I wouldn't go to purgatory, he shouts. Well, go to hell then. Ninos inducus in entationem, sed libra nos sumala, said the old man all in a breath, and the Protestant closed up. I wish I could get O'Flynn to tell the story to a phonograph, but even then you would miss the gratia vivax of the narrator. Dr. Walsh had finished his rubber and cut out. He joined the fireside group in time to hear the end of the last story. Now he was stirred to emulation. I heard you while I was at the whist table, Father O'Flynn, talking of the old French nobility. Some of them are good friends of the church, but they get taken in at times. When I was a student in Paris, I was told of one who had married the Marquis de la Chose, a worthless fellow of as good blood as herself. But she was rich, and he hadn't a sou. He wanted money after a bit for one thing and another, but she was very anxious to reform him, and she dealt it out with more care than he quite liked. So at last he comes to her with a great story of the fund they were raising for the Holy Father. Peter's pence was the cry, and she ought to subscribe. She was as pleased as Punch to find him set on good works, and she forks out the money freely, and he brings her receipts, and all sorts of stories about the growth of the fund, Les Deniers de Saint-Pierre, and she gives more and more. But one day 2 of his old friends saw him driving in the Bois with a lady with golden hair, and she was not the Marquise. Tiens, said one, but regard the locks of gold. Justement, says the other, vous avez raison. Ce sont les deniers de Saint-Pierre. With such like faithful chronicles they beguiled the time, and I listened and laughed. But I had to get back to my hotel, and I craved leave to depart. Dr. Walsh offered to accompany me. Just be at hand if any of the St. Michael's teachers or children happened to throw half a brick at the inspector, and we went off together. There were no half-bricks, and the murmured remark of one half-dressed lad to a half-naked comrade, there goes the old mon, was purely affectionate recognition. I didn't feel sure, said Walsh in a few moments, that it would be safe to tell them inside there another Parisian story, but you may like to hear it. It was about a certain Père H., who was visiting one of his flock, a lady of the old nobility, who had lately lost her husband. She was plunged in grief, and Père H. was suggesting, in the most delicate manner in the world, like Mr. Chuck's, that she ought to have masses said for the repose of the Count's soul, because, between you and me, he hadn't set the best example to the Republicans. But she cried and declined, and the more he pressed it, the more obstinate she was. At last she recovered herself sufficiently to explain that the money would be thrown away. The late lamented was gone la basse. The priest explained that if her husband was in purgatory, as might conceivably be the case, masses would be profitable. But she wept more. He had died in mortal sin, and he was not in purgatory at all, but plus basse. Father H., finding argument and entreaty thrown away upon her, went home, but 2 days later he returned to the charge. Madame la Comtesse, he said, after the usual introductory remarks, I have consulted our superior, and I have consulted our books, and I find that in such a case, un messenger fait aucun mal. Ça rafraîchit. I woke up the echoes of the Irish Quarter with my laughter, and Walsh's heart warmed to me, for laughter is meat and drink to a storyteller, and he became confidential. "Good sort, are they not?" he said, referring to our hosts, and he told me of their good works and their self-denial as we walked through the dismal streets. Before he had finished his panegyric, we came to the crossroads, where I had to turn off. He stopped and sighed. "It is a queer thing at the same time. There's no one quite perfect. You'd think that the canon went as near being an uncanonized saint as anybody, but he habitually leads from a single card, and I lost 2 and 6 by him this evening. Good night. Pleased to have met you." And we parted, and as I breasted the hill before me, like Christian in Pilgrim's Progress, I sang sadly, "How many a spot defiles the robe that wraps an earthly saint." End of section 21. Section 22 of H.M.I. Some passages in the life of one of H.M. inspectors of schools. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Some passages in the life of one of H.M. inspectors of schools by Edmund, MacKenzie, Sneyd-Kinnersley. Errata. In whom the dear Errata column is the best page in all the volume. T. Moore. Apologia. I am doubtful whether this record of human error should be published here. Out of every possible 100 readers must be deducted 1. Teachers and examiners who are satiated with errata and have ceased to be amused. 2. Those who, like the benevolent critic of the rejected addresses, think some of the answers very good and do not see why they should be rejected. 3. Those who require a surgical operation before they can be made to see any humor in error. Yet there is a remnant, and for the remnant's sake, let the chapter stand. The rest may skip. You must get very amusing answers from the children in school, do you not? This was a favorite opening at lunch or dinner, when my neighbor had found out my profession. I've usually replied that if I asked a silly question, I was likely to get a silly answer. If I asked a sensible question and put it in plain English, understanded of the people, the chances of amusement were few. By long experience, one gets to know the way in which children reason, and any neglect of caution might lead to dreadful results. For instance, there was my old friend, the Reverend Mr. Plain. He was inspecting a school that I knew well, and was led by some word in the reading lesson to inquire about professions. "What am I?" he asked. "A mon." "Yes, a mon, but the vicar is a man, and the master is a man. What sort of man am I?" "A very ugly one," was the answer, and the line of examination was changed. One should not lay open oneself to crushing rejoinders. I too have been crushed, and I rashly told the piteous tale to a lady at dinner, thinking to meet with sympathy. She contributed as much of the story as she could remember to a newspaper, whence it was pirated by a compiler of railway jests, and the mutilated fragment was shown to me by a teacher after some years. I also was hearing a class read, and we came to the word pilgrim. What, I asked, was a pilgrim? Answer: a man that goes about from place to place. Question: but I go about from place to place. Am I a pilgrim? Answer: no, he's a good man. And the vicar remarked sotto voce, "That's one for you." Also, one is very likely to get strange answers if the question soars about the children's comprehension. In another school, the children were reading from their own school books a great speech by John Bright, in which occurred the mystic words, Urim and Thummim. I asked the meaning, and the rector, an eminent scholar and divine, whispered that he didn't know, to which I replied with the same secrecy that I didn't know, but that as the words came in the school book, the children were bound to have a theory. They supplied two. One, when a man have a lot of property left him. Two, when a postman come to the door. The interpretation would have baffled Daniel, but the rector suggested that thumping was the clue. Thumping legacy, thumping at the door. It was a similar sudden strain that produced from a Norfolk child the definition of a philosopher. A little thing with two wheels, what you ride about on. Velocipedes were more common than philosophers in those days. But the safest path to comedy was to ask a thoroughly silly question, and to get answered according to one's folly. It was, I remember, in what I call the Urim and Thummim school, that while I was examining the children, the rector was revising a heap of divinity examination papers from the training colleges. I heard a sudden guffaw, and begged that I might have the joke, while it was still warm. The question was, what do we know of the antecedents of the Manley at the pool of Bethesda? And the appropriate answer was, it is clear that his antecedents either were dead or had grossly neglected him. Fool meets fool, but this rash style of question is more common in oral examinations, and as one learns wisdom, comedy decreases. Twice a year, however, our work changed, and a great mass of examination papers poured in from the training colleges and other centers. The various subjects were allotted, as a rule, according to our previously declared wishes, and I took geography, or history, with an occasional lapse into English grammar and literature. Year after year, I used to jot down on an old atlas, or on the blank pages of a cheap history manual, as the case might be, the best jokes of the batch, and the accumulated treasures lie before me. For the information of the outside world, it must be premised that most of the candidates prepared for the examination in geography and history by learning by heart wretched textbooks put into their hands by their head teachers. When the examination paper was laid before them, they at once wrote down such paragraphs or pages as seemed to meet the emergency. But though they wrote them all by rote, they could not write them right, as the admirable Cambridge bard sang. Moreover, having from long experience unbounded confidence in the leniency of H.M.I, they had no doubt that their acts would receive the most favorable construction, and if they could not remember the right page, they offered another very nice article, much superior to the one asked for, as if it were a patent pill, and they expected equal treatment for the changeling. An account of Richard II might be out of stock, or at least they could not lay their hands on it, but surely an examiner would give some marks for a biography of Richard III, with special reference to the murder of the little princess. A map of Africa, our own brand, was surely as good as the demanded map of South America, and if the man who asked for a list of the exports of British India were not satisfied with the highly imaginative list of the imports, at least he would not take off any marks from the other questions. This is the only explanation of the two following answers. Footnote. In all cases except those marked with an asterisk, the answers are copied verbatim et literatum from the originals. In most cases, I had the name of the writer or of the school or center of examination. The starred answers are supplied by colleagues and may be considered authentic. And in all cases, the spelling, the grammar, and the punctuation are original. For heaven's sake, reader, take them not for mine. End of footnote. It will be seen that the former excels in ignorance, the latter in irrelevance. 1. Question. Give a short account of the way in which Great Britain became the chief power in North America from 1607 to 1763. Answer. Queen Elizabeth was reigning in the year 1607. She ruled for a long time and was a very prosperous queen. Leicester was her favorite for a long time. She was a very changeable woman, and no one remained in her favor for a very long time. It was in her reign that the war started in North America. After Queen Elizabeth came her sister Queen Anne and William, Prince of Orange. Anne reigned with William 6 years. After her death, William reigned for 7 years. He called his parliament and got together a lot of money, with which he again renewed the war in North America, in which he was very successful. George III was the next to reign, being the grandson of Queen Elizabeth. He continued the war that Elizabeth had begun and kept the war on till he had conquered the whole of North America. 2. Question. What possessions in Europe have English sovereigns held? How have such possessions influenced English history? A. India is a possession that makes a great deal of difference, or will do, to English history. The late Queen Victoria was made Empress of India. It is a very large country and not a very healthy one. The natives do not produce enough food in their own country, and very often they have a famine there. About 3 years ago they had a famine there, and the English people sent out a lot of food for them. Note, she has written 77 words without approaching Europe. Other strange customs and beliefs were noted annually. It was not thought correct in geography or in history to mention India without referring to the Black Hole of Calcutta. And indeed, this popular incident might be introduced anywhere on an emergency. Here are some instances. 1. By the Treaty of Utrecht, the English gained a good many battles. They gained the entry through the Mediterranean Sea and also opened trade to the Americans. These battles were mostly all won by boot vis. The battles of Vicisio, Masteritis, Passero, and Vicovoso, the former being assisted by Marlborough, who was one of the chief persuaders of Queen Anne, 1702. Bute, though he tried his utmost to make things successful, he was hung by the vengeance of the people. The previous wars led to the Indian Mutiny, where a great many of our soldiers were ill-treated, known as the Black Hole Affair at Calcutta. This affair, proving successful now, was very sad at first. 2. The Crimean War took place in 1704. In this war, there were thousands of them killed, but the victory rested with the English. The people were put into prison, or the Black Hole, as it was called, and then they were left to die. The heat of the day was so great, and there was no place to let air in. Therefore, they became romantic with thirst and died in the morning. Only 27 remained alive. 3. Question. What is the Mutiny Act? Answer. The Mutiny Act was an act passed by the government in 1857 to put an end to the atrocious crimes that were being carried on in India. It was during this year that 186 persons were confined in the Black Hole of Calcutta. This method of learning history not only blends wars, disasters, and centuries, it compounds and confounds men. Wellington and Nelson unite to make one heroic figure, and at times borrow traits from others. 1. The Duke of Wellington, most of the Irishmen claim him as one of their nationality. He was able to lead the whole of the British Army into Hyde Park, and lead them out of it again. He won many battles by sea, and in the last and greatest of these, the great Duke fell, some of his officers wishing him not to dress in his uniform on this occasion. His last words were, "Thank God I have done my duty." He was carried by his men from the post of duty in their arms to the cabin below. 2. When quite young, Wellington entered the king's kitchen, but after a while he showed signs of wanting to join the regiment. The king therefore ordered him to the regulars, where he was not very long before he showed great skill in all military work. He served on the sea and was afterwards sent to France, where he gained the famous victory at Waterloo. He was also present in the Crimean War and was once sent to India to dispel some rioters in the Indian Mutiny, etc., etc. Here Nelson escapes from the Duke and blends with Wolfe. 3. While Nelson was suffering from the wounds, some of the British soldiers exclaimed, "They run, at which Nelson cried, "Who run?" And when told, he gave his last order to Hardy, etc., etc. And here the Duke escapes from Nelson and becomes Elizabethan. 4. Question. State what you know about the Spanish Armada. Answer. The War of the Spanish Armada was fought on the sea, at which the English had a great many great and important ships of war, and most important naval commanders, such as the Duke of Wellington. The war was with the French, with whom the English, Spanish, and Portuguese were to fight against. The Duke of Wellington was afterwards made a great general. God gave wisdom to our general, and success to a good cause. The Portuguese afterwards sent him his portrait, and underneath it was written "Invincible Wellington, from grateful Portugal." But the Duke, being asked for a copy of the print by a friend, before he sent it, scored out the word "invincible," and underneath it wrote, "Don't halloo till you are out of the wood," which showed the Duke's good sense. It is difficult to remember at the end of this long story that the original theme was the Armada. In the next example, Wellington seems to be confused with Bacon, as well as with Nelson. Duke of Wellington was a great English general. He was the commander of the English fleet during the Peninsular War, and won the following battles, Assaye, etc., and greatest of all, the Battle of Waterloo. He was, however, charged with bribery. After serving in Parliament a few years, he retired to his country residence, where he died. No one suffered so much from this blending method as the strange trio, Sir Thomas More, Sir John Moore, and Thomas More, the poet. Here, all three appear. Question. Who was Sir Thomas More? Answer. Sir Thomas More was noted as a poet, a statesman, and a soldier. He was killed at the Battle of Corunna. Here, two of the party are curiously mixed up with Henry de Bohun. Sir Thomas More was a general in the English army. He was killed in the Battle of Bannockburn and buried in the dead of night. This needs no comment. The Battle of Trafalgar commenced in the year 1705, when two celebrated persons met with their death, namely Sir John Moore and John Jervis. Sir John Moore was a poet and the author of many celebrated pieces of poetry. John Hampden, the Hampton Court Conference, the 5 members, and the 7 bishops are a strangely assorted group. 1. Hampton Court Conference. This conference took place in Charles II's reign. He wanted to compel the bishops and clergy to believe in several articles he had drawn up. If they did not agree before the feast, which took place in a few days, they were to be expelled from their livings. The night before the feast, 7 bishops headed by John Hampden presented themselves before Charles with the millinery roll with several thousand names on, begging them to be excused from his unjust demands. Note, I think the feast was not a banquet, but the feast of St. Bartholomew, so that Charles II, James I, and James II are implicated. 2. Hampton Court Conference was passed in the year 1783. It was in the reign of Charles. This was drawn up by 6 bishops and brought to the king to be signed. When the king saw this, he flew into a terrible rage and would not sign it. This was hawked about the streets, and all the people were anxious to buy one. 3. Blake is known in history as being one of the 7 bishops who lived in the reign of James II. These 7 bishops, among whom was Blake, had offended their king. When brought to trial, he, Blake, was not present. They had altogether hidden themselves, but however they did appear. The day was in their favor, and they were happily dismissed. Note, some confusion between the 7 bishops and the 5 members Bishop Lake of Chichester, and Admiral Blake. It is evident that the acquaintance with such candidates had with English history was limited, but one would think it safe to ask pupil teachers, aged 18 to 20, or assistant teachers, aged 20 to 30, about the young pretender. These were the results of rash confidence on the part of an optimist examiner. Question: who is the young pretender? Answer: 1. The son of Oliver Cromwell. 2. Also known as William Pitt. 3. The son of Edward VI, the Old Pretender, so called because he pretended to be the little Earl of Warwick. Some people believed his story, but more than half the people disbelieved him. He was tried and executed. 4. Warren Hastings was known as the Old Pretender. The Duchess of Burgundy helped him. 5. Was Prince Charles Edward, who claimed to be one of the little princes, murdered in the Tower. He was found to be a deceiver and was put into the king's kitchen to work. 6. The son of the Old Pretender, William Pitt, who was a claimant to the throne in George III's time. He was one of the greatest statesmen that ever lived. He was created Earl of Orford. 7. He was quite harmless, as may be seen from the way in which he suffered himself to be hid by the maid in Scotland. Again, the examiner might suppose that all students of English history had some knowledge of the Jacobite movements of 1715 and 1745, but the following would open his eyes. 1. Jacobites were originally followers of Jacob, who went about in various parts of the country for preaching purposes. 2. Jacobite was the name given to the followers of Jacquard. Jacquard was a person who pretended to be Duke of York. He marched through London at the head of 6,000 men. He went to Ireland and tried to deceive them. His followers were called Jacobites, and Jacobin was the name given to his government. The two next may need a note. They refer to the Rebecca riots in Wales, blended with Jacob, son of Rebecca. I think Rebecca had no daughter. 3. They called themselves Jacobites from a passage in Scripture about Jacob, which passage they considered applicable to their own case. Their object was to do away with the tolls at turnpike gates, and they went to the root of the matter and destroyed the gates themselves. 4. The Jacobites, from the word Jacobus, means James. The people of this rebellion dressed themselves in a very odd fashion, their dress being like Rebecca's daughter of old. They were, however, subdued. A friend brilliantly suggests that Jonadab, the son of Rechab, and the Rechabites have been blended with Jacob, the Jacobites, Rebecca, and Rebecca. I gratefully agree. There were some candidates to whom the politics of George III's reign were by no means clear. Question: what effect had the French Revolution on Pitt, Fox, and Burke? Answer: 1. The French Revolution led to such an extraordinary amount of work on Pitt, who was then Prime Minister, that he was overtaxed and could not contend against it. Therefore, he resigned and led a life of seclusion. Burke, who was a great writer, overtaxed his mind with writing about the Revolution, that he became partially insane. Fox was noted for writing his celebrated Book of Martyrs about this time. He also was forced to lead a life of seclusion on account of worry and anxiety of the Revolution. 2. Pitt and Fox were great rivals in the House. Burke was in France. The Revolution occurred in 1857, and these three men, who were clever and had a lot of foresight, banded themselves together so that they could be able to quell any signs of a rebellion in England. They all saw what a lot of mischief had been done in France, and thought it wise, though differing in politics, to be on the safe side. 3. Pitt, Burke, and Fox were strongly opposed to the French Revolution. They foretold what would happen, but the remainder of Parliament would heed their warnings. Pitt rose from his sickbed and ministered unto them, but to no effect. Note, the reader will have some difficulty in awarding the prize among the last batch. Fox, the religious writer, Pitt, the ministering angel, these are two great conceptions. Now we come once more clearly to another form of idiocy, the happy conjecture, which enables a candidate wholly ignorant of the matter in hand to evolve an answer of considerable length out of some familiar word in the question. Here is an illustration. In 1641, a bill was introduced for the utter abolition of archbishops, bishops, deans, etc., and a forcible epigrammist of that day called it the Root and Branch Bill. In 1901, an inquisitive examiner put in the history paper, "What was the Root and Branch Bill?" "Root," said the candidates. "Branch," said they. "It can do no harm. Here goes." 1. It was passed so that no one could cut down the trees or take the wood without the permission of the king. 2. A bill dealing with the root of the matter and certain branches relating to it. 3. It was drawn up, the root, to represent the whole of the crown money, and the branch part of it, the loans and money, added to the crown money. 4. A bill that was made to shield the Presbyterians from the Protestant community. Note, in number 4, which was the root. In the same paper, they were asked to explain the term villains, and in like manner, they said to themselves, "Villains, archaic spelling, pedantic examiner," and they conjectured, one as an indignant dissenter, another as a bigoted churchman, a third as an undenominational idiot. 1. Men who committed dastardly and vile tricks. Many of them were becoming clergymen in the reign of Henry II. It will be remembered until it was decided that they should be tried by the King's Court. This, of course, stopped their treacherous games. 2. The villain was religious rising. The people in this rising were called villains. They did not believe in baptism, Holy Communion, and confirmation. 3. A villain was a person who was ordered to do some cruel deed. He was generally paid very dearly for doing so. A good example of villains is seen in the case of the murder of the 2 princes in the Tower. All these pale before the brilliancy of the reply to the following fearful question. Question: how was the coalition ministry of 1783 formed? Name the most prominent members. What causes led to its fall? My candidate came from the Lancashire coalfield near the Bridgewater Canal. Coalition, she said, and she read her title clear, with the aid of local knowledge. Answer: during the year 1783, Mr. Brindle and Mr. cut a canal from Worsley to Manchester so that the people of Manchester could have coal much cheaper than they were having. When the time came for opening the canal, Mr. Brindle ran away and hid himself. It turned out to be a great success, and it has proved to be very useful to Manchester people till lately. Coal is now much cheaper, and there are so many coal pits round the district that it is much cheaper getting coal nearer home. Here are some miscellaneous blends. 1. Character of Henry VIII. Of a sour and hasty disposition, he was not long in wreaking his vengeance upon those who should happen to fall under his displeasure, e.g. Wolsey, who incurred Henry's displeasure by not taking his part in a quarrel the king had with the clergy through a hasty speech of the king, who in an angry moment exclaimed, "Have I no one to rid me of this low-born priest?" This caused 4 Norman knights who heard the king say this to set off at once to Canterbury Cathedral to murder the man Wolsey on the spot. 2. The Pilgrim Fathers. A number of men who set out on foot for the Holy Land, traveling night and day on foot, were called the Pilgrim Fathers because they were thought Christians if they traveled and denied themselves every comfort. It was the Pilgrim Fathers who kept sacred the cutting of the mistletoe from the oak, the keeping up of Christmas, Good Friday, and such like. 3. Question. What do you know of Anselm? Answer. Anselm, Archbishop of Canterbury, was imprisoned by William II. He escaped from prison by the aid of a coil of rope sent to him concealed in a bottle of wine. Note, in the second of the above 3 answers, the last sentence puzzles me. I am inclined to suggest Puritans for Pilgrim Fathers and denounced for kept sacred. The third answer gave me much trouble, but patient search showed that Henry II, not William, imprisoned Flambard, not Anselm, and no bishop, and that the rope was hidden in a jar, not a bottle. 4. Freedom of trade may be attributed to General Washington, who entered the Bristol Channel with a cargo of tea from America, which was upset by the English, causing a war with the Americans. 5. Question. Name 3 prime ministers. Describe the policy of one of them. Answer. Edmund Burke, Walter Scott, Bothwell. Bothwell was a great writer. He wrote about bills and checks. Note. Bothwell and Boswell, one knows, though not as prime ministers, but it was Byles who wrote on bills, and it would be strange if the candidate had ever heard of his work. 6. Question. Mention with dates any risings in the times of the Tudors. Answer. In the rising of Jack Cade, he mustered up a large number of rebels who, under their desperate leader, plundered everything before them, and finally entered London, of which they took possession. Cade was slain by Walworth, the Lord Mayor, and the rebels without their leader became so desperate that the king's life was in danger. But Henry took off his helmet and exclaimed, "Stay, I am Henry of Winchester. Kill not your king." Note, Cade is blended with Wat Tyler, who was killed by Walworth in presence of Richard II. Neither Cade nor Tyler lived in Tudor times. Henry of Winchester, alias Henry III, made his appeal in 1265, nearly 200 years before the first Tudor king. Theology is as perplexing as politics. Here are some instances. 1. High Church are the high-minded members of the Church of England. They believe in incense, the worshipping of the cross, and many other hideous notions. 2. The Puritans tried to make a great distinction between the Whigs or court party and themselves. They wore sober garments, indulged in no vices, and avoided the society of the Whigs. Only thing really approved of was sermons. 3. Stafford and Laud, 2 archbishops in the reign of Henry VIII, were impeached for denying the doctrine of transubstantiation. 4. Henry VIII was a very strict Protestant and wished to confirm all Europe. He sent out men as missionaries to preach the gospel and to tell the people of the good the would receive if they believed it. The weariness of wading through 1,000 of these examination papers was terrible. We were as gold diggers washing gravel of a poor quality, and we hailed the smallest nugget with shouts of delight. Some of these are small, but to our hungry souls the gold seemed good. 1. Question. What do you know of Dr. Arnold? Answer. Dr. Arnold was hung as a spy by Washington during the American War. Note, blending General Arnold, Dr. Arnold, and Major Andre. 2. The Black Prince died from injuries received by his horse. 3. John Knox introduced the revival of learning, the steamroller, and the printing press. 4. Edward III said he was the daughter of Arabella. Note, meaning to say, the son of Isabella, blended with Arabella Stuart. 5. James I was a great Catholic. He was not at all brave. It is said of him that he padded his clothes for fear he would be knocked. 6. The cabinet consists of the private secretaries, the foreign secretaries, the colonial secretaries, and the poet laureate. 7. Oliver Cromwell called September 14th his lucky day. He died on September 14th, but he still called it his lucky day. 8. Christianity was introduced into England by Julius Caesar in 55 BC. 9. The Black Prince got his name from the Great Disease. Question, meaning the Black Death? 10. Magna Carta was a very good woman to the poor. Her photograph is on the stained-glass windows of the Church of Scotland. These came from the rich 9 of history. Geography was not so auriferous. To drop the metaphor, the candidates were less amusing in geography because they were less ignorant. They had learned geography as children, but as a rule they picked up their notions of history from manuals compiled by writers of a low grade, dealing chiefly in anecdotes and picturesque phrases. But there were bright moments, even in revision of geography. The simple questions there, as in history, were often the most fruitful. One would think that all pupil teachers, all book readers, and newspaper readers had heard of the equinox and the midnight sun. But look at these answers to demands for explanation of the terms. First, the equinox. An imaginary line drawn across the sky, land lying on or near the equator, the axis on which the earth turns, a wind which blows from April to September. They are called equinoctial gales. When the sun and moon are on the zenith, they are said to be in the equinox, a peculiar animal in South America, the part where the earth and sun pass one another, etc., etc. Then the midnight sun. The sun is visible at midnight from the top of Mount Riga, where hotels have been built specially for tourists who go to see the midnight sun. Note, this comes of reading Mark Twain on the Ridge of Sunrise. When the sun shines on the northern part of the earth, it takes more than one day to get at the shadow of the earth on account of it moving so slowly. The midnight sun is caused by certain gases igniting in the air. These gases are at rest when apart from each other, but at the joining they light up the whole parts thus occupied by them, and thus give light to all the northern parts of Europe. That is so scientific that a modest examiner hesitates to give it 0, and the next is still more imposing. Question, the sun never sets on the British Empire. Explain this. Answer, it is quite true. The British Empire, being mostly surrounded by ocean, is deprived of the sun's rays, as the water has the greater attraction for it. It is also responsible for this on account of its position from the equator. And this again throws a new light on things. Iron is usually mined in the most populated area, which seems providential as much labor is attached to its thorough preparation. It must have been a relative of that candidate who first noted the providential arrangement by which large rivers always run through large towns. Even verbal eccentricity was found wonderfully refreshing at times. 1. The river of Queensland being most of the year mere poodles. 2. Amsterdam is built on stilts. 3. There are immense forests around the shores of the Baltic, and tobogganing is a great trade. 4. Cologne Cathedral built in the Elizabethan style of architecture. Here are some unclassified follies. 1. A cyclone is an instrument for telling the distance of traveling. Note, the candidate must have been surprised to find a cyclometer in a geography paper. 2. Cyclones are the evaporation of volcanoes. 3. The dingo is a bird with a face like a dog. 4. Trees of Australia. The cow tree, octopus, and large palms are very plentiful. 5. The plateau of Tibet is noted for the Tibet goat. I cannot say whether the goat took its name from the plateau or the plateau from the goat. Note, she would feel the same difficulty about the Skye Terrier and the Cheshire Cat. Did the cat take its name from the county, or the county from the cat? 6. Hong Kong, before it came into possession of England, consisted of a few shanties and huts. At the present time, it consists of mountains, valleys, and rivers. 7. Rangoon, a Prussian seaport on the Baltic, so called because it is situated on a Rangoon, salt water lake. Note, take the island of Rugen, the port of Riga in Russia, a lagoon from the Adriatic, and Rangoon in Burma, and mix. English literature papers seldom come my way. They were very exhausting, but the candidates wrote essays of appalling dreariness, and there were few oases. I have a few examples. Question: name the authors of the following works. Work. Answer: Shortway with Dissenters. Author: Trollope. Tale of a Tub. William Wordsworth. Rape of the Lock. Adam Beattie. Campaign: Mrs. Browning. Rights of Man. Jessie Fothergill. The really funny thing about this list is that it's absolutely genuine and the work of one candidate, and I defy anyone to make a better list trying to be wrong. This life of Wordsworth is nearly as good. William Wordsworth was born in Hampshire, poor, humble, but God-fearing parents. They had a very large family and sometimes hardly knew how to make ends meet. They were educated at an ordinary, everyday school, but William had always a taste for poetry and thought he should like to become a poet, and in order to have their son's wish gratified, his parents denied themselves so that he might have books to study and to try to send him to some college. He was a very studious youth and made a very good scholar. He worked very hard at Oxford to try and repay his parents, who now became old for their self-denial on his behalf. He helped them with his purse. He wrote several very simple and interesting poems, and they soon became known. In this way, he obtained a very nice livelihood. He was a very dutiful son, hard work and painstaking. At school, he was liked by his fellow companions, for whom he always had a joke ready at hand. Some of his poems are now used in our elementary schools, such as We Are Seven. He was born in the year 1626 and died in 1785, aged 59 years. Note, according to the National Biography, he was the son of an attorney, was born in Cumberland, educated at the grammar school at Hawkshead and at St. John's, Cambridge, 1780 to 1850. But it is agreed that he wrote, We Are Seven. The candidate's subtraction is weak. About 1902, some theorists discovered that our pupil teachers were lamentably weak in knowledge of common things, and he persuaded the board to add a paper on general information to the already heavy list. I at once applied for the office of reviser on the twofold ground that it would be easy to coach up the answers and that the wrong answers would be amusing. I soon found that from my point of view, the merits of the paper were overrated, and as the board found the same thing from their point of view, the paper was dropped, but it provided me with a few gems. The examiner began with some well-known buildings and places. Where and what are the following? The Fourth Bridge, the Phoenix Park, the Colosseum, etc., etc. Answer: 1. The Fourth Bridge is so called because it is the last of 4 bridges. 2. The Fourth Bridge is in Venice, where the suspects were led by the Council of 3 and were never heard of afterwards. 3. The Phoenix Park is in Ireland, so called because of the Phoenicians having been there. 4. The Phoenix Park scene of the assassination of Mr. Phoenix. 5. The Phoenix Park is an insurance. 6. The Colosseum of Rhodes is the form of a great elephant, one of the 7 wonders of the world. Then he asked the candidates, the great majority of whom were girls, about dogs, their appearance, and their special uses. One girl said that the fox terrier runs sideways, but she did not explain. Another described the St. Bernard dog, renowned for saving snow-hidden wanderers in the torrid regions. A third chose the scavenger dog, a very ungainly dog. It belongs to the eastern countries. All refuse is put out at night and clears it away before morning. Lastly, as far as we are concerned, he asked the meaning of the following expression: the green-eyed monster, the sere and yellow leaf, the thin red line, etc., etc. The green-eyed monster was defined as indigestion. According to another, it refers to a whale. According to a skittish one, sometimes the headmaster or headmistress of a school appears to be a green-eyed monster in the eyes of her pupils, and also teachers sometimes. The sere and yellow leaf was a certain kind of tobacco. The thin red line was the charge at Balaclava, headed by Sir Colin Campbell during the Indian Mutiny. It was, I think, in another paper that these quaint views appeared. Question: what do you understand by a quorum, a minute book, etc.? Answer: a quorum is a question asked at a meeting, which the chairman is unable to answer. A minute book is a book kept with the exact number of minutes allotted to the speakers at a meeting. Question: what are the duties of the chairman? Answer: the chairman performs the doxology. Question: what remedy would you suggest for burns? Answer: stripes of hot vinegar are very affecting. At the end of many days' revision of such like skimble-scamble stuff an inspector wrote, complaint is sometimes made that the training colleges do not provide sufficient accommodation for all the applicants, but the plain inference from the perusal of these papers, having due regard to the spelling, the grammar, and the acquaintance with the subject shown by the candidates, is that a kindergarten class in an idiot asylum would be a more fitting place for learning. It will have been seen that our errata are secular. We did not examine in divinity. But twice a year, at one time, I used to meet diocesan inspectors who kept large volumes of the most hideous blunders in their own subject. One of these I remember for its exceeding ingenuity. The question was, what do you mean by a graven image? And the answer was, an idol made with hands. Now it is clear to my mind that this is not to be regarded as bad spelling, but that the definition had been given orally, and that the impression produced on the child's mind was that of a naughty girl, as didn't do no work though she had hands to do it with. And I think she had heard her father accuse her mother of doing nothing but sit there like a bloomin' image. Then she combined the ideas. To this I would add a delightful blend from a pupil-teacher examination. When the Israelites had gone, God told Noah to go out into the city and tell all the Israelites that if King Pharaoh did not let the people go, he would drown the world. And it came to pass, when God did drown the world, and all the beasts and every living creature in it. During the flood, God told Noah to build an ark, and it was to float on top of the water. In it saved Noah and his family, and with the 2 tables of stone, etc., etc. End of section 22. Section 23 of H.M.I. Some passages in the life of one of H.M. inspectors of schools. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. H.M.I. Some passages in the life of one of H.M. inspectors of schools by Edmund, MacKenzie, Sneyd-Kinnersley. Reports. All my reports go with the modest truth, nor more, nor clipped, but so. King Lear. The annual inspection of a school ended in a report. When the papers had been marked and the examination schedules had been made up, it was time to search one's notebook and to rack the memory for facts, and therefrom to construct a report to their lordships, to be communicated to the managers, and by them to the teachers. In the earlier days of inspection, this was a comparatively simple affair. The really important matter was the number of children who had passed or failed in the examination. Upon this, unless there was conspicuous weakness, the greater part of the grant depended, and it was easy to fill up the forms with commonplace criticisms and suggestions. From 1876 to the middle of the 90s, the pressure increased, until at last, reporting became a serious strain on memory, judgment, and conscience, for there was a variable grant for half a dozen subjects, culminating in a variable grant for the general merit of the whole school. And each item required some thought. New code after new code relaxed the strain until inspection arrived at the present effete condition, when the grant is fixed, and the criticisms of H.M.I. are like the bite of a midge, annoying for the moment, but transitory in effect. Or, as my old headmaster would have said, like the coruscations of the summer lightning, lambent but yet innocuous. From one corner of my old domain comes a mimic blue book, containing all the school reports for the past year. Here they are collected, and I look at them with some dismay. Of course, I did not write all of them, but I edited all, and I am answerable for all. Some are strongly worded, for if one does not shout pretty loud to a deaf man, one is not heard. Yet one does not want one's shouts phonographed. How do the managers and teachers like the reports in print, scattered broadcast? I search my memory for any parallel publication. The nearest that I can discover is a cricket directory, which I saw perhaps 40 years ago. I quote from memory, fertilized by imagination. A.B. is a promising run-getter, but he too often forgets that a straight bat is a rudimentary necessity. His fielding is improving. As a bowler, he has not been successful this year. His average is X. C.D. bowled X overs for Y runs last season and took Z wickets. This is his best record so far, and makes him a valuable acquisition to a county team. As a batsman, he has still much to learn. His average last year was Z. These are complimentary compared with some of the school reports that lie on my table. But when I read them, or rather their prototypes, in that remote period, I was sorry for A.B. and C.D., yet the writers were subject to the law of libel, and H.M.I., if not malicious, is privileged. Others abide our question, "Thou art free." The law courts may say. Stern critics sit in Whitehall and weed out all that seems perilous. When the sieve has done its duty, there is little left for the lawyers. I meditate on the extension of the expression of free opinion. How would it work on Sundays? The preacher has a pulpit, and in that inviolable recess has a free tongue for half an hour, with a merciful leaning towards 20 minutes. The organist is a greater libertine. The architect and builder ill-use us, and for the most part we suffer silently. Would the bench of bishops send me about the country to report on church services and to recommend deductions from the incomes of the incompetent? Of course, one would begin with cathedrals and proceed with more lenient rule to parish churches. Probably at least one inspector would be required in each diocese, and as these officials, like school inspectors, would be men of diverse minds, it would be the most racy blue book of the year that reproduced their varied views. Let us make some samples. Norchester Cathedral, visited on April 1st by Mr. Mendelssohn Brown. The condition of this cathedral is far from satisfactory. The singing, which is the main object of interest to the greater part of the congregation, is even worse than at last year's inspection. Of the 8 men, several should be contemplating acceptance of a retiring pension. The boys are ill-behaved, and their musical capacity is on a level with their behavior. In the Psalms, there was no verse in which they did not make one or more mistakes. The services were ill-chosen and incorrectly rendered. The anthem was a pretentious failure. The merely literary part of the service was satisfactory, but it is not desirable to attach too much importance to these rudiments. Remarks. My lords, will require a more favorable report on the singing as a condition of an unreduced grant. Westchester Cathedral, visited on March 7th by Mr. Simon Jones. It is gratifying to be able to report well of the musical part of the service. The organ playing was distinctly good, and the singing often reached a high level of excellence. It should, however, be borne in mind that congregational worship is the primary consideration, and special attention should be paid to this feature in the coming year. The canon in residence would do well to attend an elocution class at a continuation school in the winter season. It was with the utmost difficulty that the lessons were heard, and even in the 16th chapter of Romans, 4 mistakes in the salutations is 33.3%, above the average for all England. The dean's sermon was for the most part inaudible. This is probably not to be regretted from a doctrinal point of view, but the waste of time is a serious consideration. Remarks. Special attention should be paid to the inspector's warning. Sudchester Cathedral, visited on November 10th by Mr. Hodge. The service was very creditably conducted and well attended. It is unfortunate that the collections continue so small. The premises need attention. The choir is dark, and the walls need cleaning. It might be advisable to remove the 15th century stained glass from the east window and to substitute clear glass. If the walls were whitewashed, 2 coats, there would be less danger from germs. The health and comfort of the congregation should not be sacrificed to merely aesthetic considerations. Remarks. I am to request that the dean and chapter will submit plans and estimates of the work recommended by their lordship's inspector as soon as possible. Eastchester Cathedral, visited on December 15th by Mr. Cranky Robinson. The dean and chapter are to be congratulated on the completion of the restoration of this ancient fabric, and which has been carried out in a thoroughly Catholic and conservative spirit, with the result of revealing to the present generation the work of Sigismund, first abbot of Ostia. At the same time, the later accretions, notably the lancet windows of the polygonal apse and the late perpendicular maculations, have been reverently handled. The time at my disposal was insufficient to enable me to report fully on the preaching, reading, and singing, but the work seemed satisfactory on the whole. The crypt was very cold. Remarks. The dean and chapter should seriously consider the advisability of warming all parts of the sacred edifice. Such reports would be what my clerical friends called distinctly helpful. If there is any hesitation shown by the Episcopal bench in taking it up, Baedeker might be appealed to. By degrees, all important places of worship might be gathered in. This, however, is visionary. I am concerned with the actual. In framing the school reports to be communicated to the managers, we had several rough principles. The first was that a good school would do with very few words. A bad school required many stripes. The second was that one should begin with the good points, if any, and thus proceed more gracefully to the bad points. But if the place were thoroughly bad, it was thought wise to begin and end with denunciation, sandwiching a few words of faint praise about the middle. It was noticeable that a master liked to be prepared beforehand for a bad report. One man, of whom I know something, complained bitterly that the inspector, before leaving the room, was as pleasant as you'd wish, and I thought everything was going well. But when I got the report, I couldn't sit down for a week after it. How graphic. It happened from time to time that a school manager would be goaded into fury. At one time I expected this to occur twice, or it might be thrice a year. It might almost certainly be predicted that the fight would rage round one adjective or one verb, though the word might be immaterial to the general argument. For many such contests we were saved by the skill of the examiners in Whitehall, from long experience and not, I am sure, from any congenial dullness of mind. They got to know exactly how a thoroughly stupid manager might misinterpret a harmless phrase, and if they kindly forewarned me, I gratefully substituted something suitable to the meanest capacity. The knavish speech may sleep in the foolish ear, but simple speech may kindle amazing suspicion that will blaze into wrath. In more remote days, our reports were twofold. The full report was sent to the department and, if approved, was forwarded to the managers. But, in addition, every certificated teacher who had passed through a period of probation had a parchment certificate of merit, and on this it was our duty to inscribe an epigrammatic abstract of the report on the school, or, if he were a class teacher, on his class. The advantage of this endorsement was great. It gave managers of schools a complete history of an applicant's career. It gave an inspector still more valuable information, for in reading previous endorsements he was often able to supply a good deal that was not apparent on the surface. The opinions of some inspectors had a special value. Others were less esteemed. I was told that one very important school board had a sort of table, equating the official opinions of all the inspectors in England, but I never heard what Mrs. Harris, testy Mrs. Gamp, would have called my indivisible number. The ordinary inspector soon acquired the habit of framing his endorsement on the general principles of his craft. It was not thought fair to speak ill of a teacher on his certificate unless there were special grounds. Therefore, one proceeded by judicious omission. If one read that Mr. A. taught the elementary subjects with fair success, one drew two inferences. One, that he could not teach anything else. Two, that his discipline was weak because it was not mentioned. But if it was stated that Mrs. B. maintained good order and was particularly successful in teaching handwriting, it became obvious that her arithmetic was a deplorable failure. So that to the trained eye, the suppressia veri was not a suggestio falsi. But useful as the system was, it was open to two strong objections. Firstly, it was often hard on a teacher, for the inspector might err, and the endorsement was permanent. Secondly, and this was the last straw, it became an intolerable nuisance to the inspector. In a school of 100 children, it was easy to be terse, innocuous, and fairly truthful. But I open a recent notebook and find a school of 600 boys with 21 teachers. Supposing that 10 of these teachers want certificate reports, conceive the strain on the imagination or the commonplace book. Therefore, a cynical and eccentric colleague adopted the startling method of applying the same treatment to all. If this school of 600 boys passed a good examination on the whole, but had 2 weak classes out of the 20, then the correct summary would be, the school has on the whole passed a good examination. Standards 2, B, and 3, C are not equal to the rest. And he wrote this on the certificate of all the 10 men. 8 at least would say, what have I to do with the 2 black sheep? Mine are white. But the inspector implied, like Mrs. Prigg, who do you think's to wash one feeder? And miss another, and wear out one's eyes with all manner of fine work of that description for half-a-crown a day, or words to that effect. It was recorded of another inspector whose massive intellect had partly given way under the strain of compiling reports, that in a certain school he wrote, "The master's wife has lately died. The school has been painted pea green. J. Tiram, H.M.I. These records, I said, were indelible, but there was nothing to prevent a teacher from, so to speak, suiciding his parchment certificate and lamenting its loss for the rest of his life. If the parchment was lost, the department declined to replace it, unless it had been lost by an inspector. Probably the inspectors lost more than the teachers destroyed, but it was rumored that the latter method was not unknown. An alternative remedy was to erase undesirable words and, if necessary, to introduce amendments. This certainly was done occasionally, but there were cases of detection, and that suggests the existence of undetected cases. A more remarkable course was to hire or buy the parchment of a retired teacher, if possible a homonym, and to trade under that new name with such alterations as were necessary. A colleague told me of a case which he declared was well known in the village in which the vendor lived. It was in Wales, and it was no one's business to interfere. A touching story of a lost parchment is told by one inspector. These documents were not issued till after a period of probation, and if results during that period were not satisfactory, the term might be prolonged indefinitely. A London teacher, when her first chance came, was unsuccessful, and when the next chance came, she was more than usually anxious. The inspection went smoothly. She began to hope, and day after day she sat like Mariana, lamenting the delay. Then came the joyful announcement that the certificate of merit would shortly be issued, and she became more clamorous. It happened one day that illness kept her at home on the south side of the Thames, and she sent strictest orders that, if the big envelope with official heading arrived, it was to be locked up in the desk with special care. That very day it came, and the assistant mistress, in her friendly zeal, determined to disregard the orders, and with her own hands to carry it to her careworn chief. It would do her more good than medicine. She went by steamer up the Thames, Battersea way, and, as it was a cold day, she put the precious burden on her lap and buried her hands in her muff. There came a sudden gust, which lifted the big square envelope, whirled it round, and tossed it into the river, and she was left lamenting. First the news had to be broken to the bereaved one, like Tennyson's dame. She wept like a child for the child that was dead before he was born. She was frantic with grief, and her friends trembled for her intellect, such as it was. But the assistant was a girl of much resourcefulness. Her father was a prominent official in the body that looks after the Thames. She went to him and told the piteous tale. My colleague, but he was an imaginative man, alleged that they dragged the river from Teddington Lock to the Nore, but caught nothing. Finally, it was decided that a seagull had detected a meaty flavor beneath the paper cover and had carried it off. I am glad to say that after prolonged correspondence, the department issued a duplicate. Of all endorsements, the most difficult to frame was the initial entry. At the end of the term of probation, the teacher had to give a formal lesson on any topic or object that he chose. It was supposed to last for 20 minutes, and H.M.I. was expected to sum up his opinion of the lesson and of the teacher's general capacity in one compact sentence. Very often one disregarded the formal lesson, but the teacher might be all but speechless with fright, and the verdict had to be based on the general results of the year's work. In what such case, I was in great doubt. The mistress was very young and very pretty. She had light hair and blue eyes, and it follows that she was very nervous. I cannot say that her school did very well. I think it was deficient in arithmetic, but she was very charming. Should the parchment be issued? My assistant was susceptible and soft-hearted. He pleaded for her. She was all alone in this country school. Her certificate examination at Whitelands, one of the leading colleges, showed that she had plenty of brains. She had done her best, and she would improve. Finally, I gave way and suggested as the endorsement, Miss X is a pretty fair teacher. He agreed rapturously, and so it was written. But the next year my chief visited the school, and according to custom called for the parchment, and, so the assistant told me, when he read the entry and caught sight of the pretty fair, one in front of her class, it smote him suddenly, and he retreated hastily to the infant's classroom. All endorsements are now abolished. I am not sure whether there is even a parchment certificate. It is many years since I saw one. Oh, Miss O'Flaherty, do you remember your Beaumont at St. Petronius' school? I asked, you know, whether you had any poetry to say as part of the examination for your certificate, and you replied with the twinkle of your Irish eyes, I've got all the certificates I want, and you added softly, except one. End of section 23. Section 24 of H.M.I. Some passages in the life of one of H.M. inspectors of schools. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. H.M.I. Some passages in the life of one of H.M. inspectors of schools by Edmund MacKenzie Sneyd-Kinnersley. Singing. I will but teach them to sing and restore them to the owner. Much ado. The ordinary work of school inspection is not exciting to an outside spectator. There is nothing in the 3 R's to quicken the pulse or to raise the temperature. Grammar, geography, history only seem to produce profound thankfulness in the onlooker's mind that he is not on the rack. There may be absurd answers, but if he laughs, the effect on the children may be disastrous. For varied interest of a mild kind, I should recommend composition and natural history. Ladies like needlework. Some can stand with a sweet smile on their faces while the children sing. Here, then, are 4 subjects upon which something may be said. The list of accomplishments that I do not possess would be lengthy, but on the credit side I may put music up to standard 3. That is not an exalted boast, but it places me far ahead of many of my old colleagues. I could look over a music paper if it was not tonic sol fa. And when the children sang school songs with the view of getting the government grant of 6 pennies or 1 shilling, I was able to make quite valuable remarks. For an inspector, a knowledge of music is a useful, but not altogether an enviable possession. He ought to be able to decide whether singing is correct and tuneful, but the man who does not know suffers less. This sounds like a quotation from the Ethics, but I believe Aristotle is free from blame. At one conference of inspectors, we discussed rules for awarding the grant for singing. The code laid down the principle that, if the children sang by note, the possible grant was 1 shilling per head. If by ear, it was only 6 pennies. To get the higher grant, they had to do certain exercises that was simple enough. There were 10 of us present, and it happened that I was the only man who personally conducted the examinations. The others sent their assistants. I was appealed to as an expert to say when we should be justified in refusing even the lower grant, that for singing by ear. One valued colleague, who admitted that he detected no difference between one tune and another, remarked that his plan was to watch the face of the head teacher. If it showed disgust and loathing, disappointment and fear, he concluded that the necessary standard had not been reached, and he refused the grant. But this obviously led to hypocrisy, and the head teacher might be no judge, or too exacting. Finally, I suggested, and it was carried unanimously, that if the singing was so far tolerable that you could stop in the room to the very end, the grant might be paid, but that if you had to rush into the playground, a stern refusal should follow. It was a very incomplete test. I have known men who could smile at the Salvation Army band. In the early days, there was very little note singing. There was no extra grant for voice cultivation or any other form of scientific training, merely 1 shilling for 12 songs. Then, I think in 1876, came the graduated scale of 6 pennies or 1 shilling, and then, or later, the number of songs was reduced to 8, as most schools could not receive more than 15 shillings, or 17 shillings 6 pennies a head. However much they might earn, there was not much inducement to pile up the losses. But the clergy encouraged note singing for the sake of their choirs, and the teachers found it an agreeable change from the monotony of the ordinary routine. So the work grew, till it became rare to find a school that did not attempt tonic sol fa at the least. Then the special grant was merged in the large principal grant. Hymns were forbidden between 10 and 4:30, or the equivalent times. A school manager once protested to me against this restriction. I suggested that if managers chose hymns containing doctrine distinctive of any denomination, there would be ructions. He said triumphantly that his selection would satisfy all parties. It was Moody and Sankey. The pachyderm has many advantages. But it was not always easy to draw the line if one wanted to draw it, and it was rumored that a pedantic inspector objected to the national anthem as having a religious tendency. It was probably the same man who corrected a similar error in history. The question was, who was the wisest man that ever lived? A child, who knew more than I do, answered Solomon, and the teacher said yes. But H.M.I. said, no, not after 10. Say Solon. Some schools sang beautifully in 2 or 3 part harmony. They were not always the most successful in other branches of study, and I am inclined to doubt Shakespeare's theory of the evil disposition of the unmusical man. We did our best to encourage harmony, beginning with simple rounds of 2 or 3 parts, and the story is told by an inspector of established credibility that in a certain school he had advised this rudimentary method and was asked by an uncultured master, "What is a round?" H.M.I. explained, taking 3 blind mice as an example. The first class will sing the first line, then the second class will take it up, while the first class goes on to the second line, and then the third class chime in. The master listened deferentially and promised to do his best. Next year, as the inspector approached the school for his annual visit, after formal notice, he heard from afar sounds so agonizing that he hurried on to see what had gone wrong. He found the whole school shrieking as though they were possessed by the fiends in Berlioz's Faust. Naturally, he asked for an explanation. "This," said the master, "is the round you recommended. They are singing the last rose of summer. The first class sing the first line, the second class the second line, and so on, as you suggested. We found it hard at first, but I think we have mastered it now." Of course, in many schools, the head teacher is not a musician, but most of them could hum a bit, and they generally were awarded the grant for singing by ear. Their choice of songs was marvelous. Never shall I forget the fury of an eminent Celtic scholar, who at one time adorned the office of inspector, when he found that a master had taught the children to sing the Pence Table to the hallowed strains of "Lynne On," the Ash Grove. 20 pence are 1 and 8 pence. 24 pence, 2 shillings. 30 pence are 2 and 6 pence. 36 pence, 3 shillings. I suggested 3 bob, as more suitable to the meter, which requires a monosyllable at the end of the 4th line. But the amendment was lost, like the well-meant suggestion of Fitzjames. It added but fuel to his hate. I was told, in effect, that LynneT should be sung dolce, cantabile, con molta tenerezza, and the children sang it staccato, alla Marcia, giocoso. I fear that school got a poor report. This unhallowed wedding of trivial verse to immortal melody often disturbed even my placid temper. I remember in one school, after listening for some time to some moral sentiments sung to a tune that haunted me with memories of my youth, I recovered the lost chord and inquired of the lady of the manor, who, suspendis omnia naso, was keeping an eye on my movements, whether she recognized the air. She failed to do so, and I had the pleasure of informing her that it was Villikins and Dinah, a tune which, about the time of the Crimean War, divided popularity with Patent Poor Lasiri, and preceded The Ratcatcher's Daughter. How did it go 50 years since? As Villikins was a villikin in his garden around, he saw his fair Dinah lay dead on the ground. A cup of cold poison lay close by her side, and a billet down what said, as ow, 'twas of poison she died. Little did I think to meet Dinah again in a public elementary school. The lady of the manor sniffed scornfully. Probably the mistress heard of it next day. I am sorry I did not ask for a copy of the amended words. In another school, I was cheered by the sound of Nellie Bly, a nigger song, shall we say Negro melody, of the early Carolina period, say 1858 to 9. There I did ask for a copy of the words, and here they are. In Asia and in Africa the elephant is found. He larger is than any beast that walks upon the ground. When tame, he is gentle and mild and does what he's desired. But if he's mocked or treated ill, with anger he is fired. I forget the rest, but this is genuine. There should have been a chorus of high jumbo, ho jumbo, but it was before the days of the popular beast. In an old blue book, more than 30 years ago, I read a lamentation of an inspector in this district, that he had heard a southerly wind to an extent that would have sickened a Cheshire fox hunter, and the neat little clock till he could wish that time were no more. The latter was a drivelling piece of morality, sung to the beautiful old tune of the woodpecker. It lasted well into my epic, but it seems to be extinct now. At times, when attempted to guide the popular taste, in a fishing village, where there was a lighthouse, I persuaded the master to teach Kingsley's Three Fishers, and in an Irish school I urged Moore's Melodies. But in neither case was the result encouraging, and the attempt was not repeated. Then it occurred to me one day, as it did with the more satisfactory result to Juvenal, am I always to be only a hearer? Or as to Fletcher of Saltoun's, a very wise man, if a man were permitted to make all the school songs, he need not care who should make the code. And I wrote for a friendly infant school a parody of Gilbert's minstrel song in The Yeoman of the Guard. It was arranged antiphonally for boys and girls, and the second verse ran thus. Boys, I have a song to sing, oh. Girls, sing me that song, oh. Boys, it's the song of the pie and the greedy boy who sat in his lonely corner. It's the song of a boy with a greedy thumb, which he put in the pie to pull out a plum. The little dog laughed when he saw such sport, for he always laughed when he didn't ought. He never was at school and never was taught, a naughty boy, Jack Horner. All, hey day, Hey diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle. The little dog laughed when he saw the sport of the naughty boy, Jack Horner. I think the teachers were a little doubtful about the grammar of didn't ought, and candor compels me to admit that the song was not a success. 2 schools sang it to oblige the inspector, but on him, at least, it had the effect of a penitential psalm. I wrote no more. Strange that there should be any difficulty in finding words of songs. The world was all before them. Where to choose? England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales contribute folk songs of sufficient merit and variety, though, at times, of dialectic English. Germany is always at hand. But I admit that if you deduct in each case songs in praise of Bacchus, Diana, and Venus, there is a large gap. End of section 24. Section 25 of H.M.I. Some passages in the life of one of H.M. Inspectors of Schools. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. H.M.I. Some passages in the life of one of H.M. Inspectors of Schools by Edmund MacKenzie Sneyd-Kinnersley. Natural History. His acquaintance with natural history is surprising. Quite a buffoon. Old curiosity shop. In public elementary schools, the study of natural history is still in its infancy, but there are signs of its assuming practical importance. In one school in the county in which I write, it has developed energy in a truly surprising manner. Our county paper recently informed us that the boys attending that place of learning had caught and killed an astonishing number of warbles in the past year. I think over 63,000. This is a mere plagiarism from the methods of Dotheboys Hall. I turn to the chronicles thereof and I read, "Please, sir, he's weeding the garden." "To be sure," said Squeers, "so he is. B-O-T, bought, T-I-N, tin, boughten, N-E-Y, nay. Botany, noun substantive, a knowledge of plants. When he has learnt that botany means a knowledge of plants, he goes and knows them." What is a warble? That I know not. The warble hunters were not in my district, nor is the creature traceable in Miss Ormeron's Manual of Injurious Insects. Footnote. A scientific friend explains that the manual treats only of vegetable destroyers. The warble fly is the pest of oxen. End of footnote. I think it molests cattle, and therefore the farmers' sons are keen to take away that warble. And as the school is in the middle of a great hunting district, the desire for the chase is instinctive. There is, however, no need to limit children to warbles. In London, for instance, the supply of this prey would be insufficient, but in so large a town there would be little difficulty in establishing a special entomological line. There would be room for research of the most varied kind. The names of several species will instantly occur to the reader. If Marylebone and Westminster could be induced to make competitive collections of the best known, the sympathy of all London would be enlisted, and education would enjoy a popularity which it has hitherto failed to attain. To tell the truth, we did not profess to teach natural history as a part of the regular course, but we gave object lessons, that is, lessons on an object placed before a class, and as the object was usually a picture, and as the pictures usually represented either scripture scenes or animals, it followed that, after 10 a.m., most of the lessons were on animals. Our menagerie was a small one, and the remarkable habits and properties of the creatures being traditional, there was little chance of its extension. A new beast would require study. Moreover, the managers did not like buying too many pictures. Will you accompany me through a large infant school? The headmistress greets me. The first class was going to have a lesson on the elephant. Will that do? Oh, yes. Let us have the elephant. Lounging around and suffering, said Uncle Remus. The elephant is painfully familiar. When the visitor to Continental Picture Galleries catches sight of Saint Sebastian, arrowed but unharrowed, he hastily turns away in search of novelty, and so would we gladly do here. Bitter constraint and sad occasion compel us to listen for a decent time, though our thoughts wander to pity for the unhappy fate of the huge beast. To be as big as that, and yet because of a villainous trick of thine eye, and a foolish hanging of thy nether lip, as Falstaff puts it, to be in the estimation of infant schools a compound of the clown and the pantaloon, and to be lectured on by pupil teachers. Ut pueris placius, et declamatio fius. It is a cruel destiny, but who could respect an animal with that tail? The lesson is devoid of interest. How do I know, when admittedly my thoughts have been wandering? Because the children are better judges than I, and they have damned it by entire indifference. Would the inspector like to ask any questions at the end? Only one. What does the elephant eat? Buns. Will I take the second class? Certainly. I am offered the camel. The Camelus Galaticus is as well known to me as my dog. I know his whole history, his habitat, his food and water arrangements, his disposition. He differs considerably from the Camelus Kiplingicus, or melancholy oat. The horse he knows above a bit, the bullock's but a fool, the elephant's a gentleman, the battery mule's a mule, but the commissariat Camuel, when all is said and done, he's a devil and an ostrich and an orphan child in one. But our camel is gentle, meek, anxious to oblige. The lesson is going on while I make these valuable reflections, and the beast picture hangs on the easel. If he is at all like his picture, Malleum errare come Platoni. I side with Mr. Kipling. The camel has been called the ship of the desert. He is very useful. He lives in very hot countries, where it is very hot. Tommy Jones don't fidget. Listen to teacher. And he lives in the desert, where there is nothing but sand all round. Mary Smith, if you don't give over talking, teacher will be very cross with you. Yes, my word, etc., etc. When the stream of drivel has run dry, I ask, where does the camel live? In very hot countries. Yes, but whereabouts? In the desert. And what does he live on there? Sand. Sand? Yes, but I mean, what does he get to eat? Sand. And what does he get to drink in the desert? Water. And where does he get that from? Out of the taps. I had not thought of that. There comes up a recollection of a Norfolk country school, where, after hearing all the uses and the virtues of the camel, I asked whether there were any of these precious beasts in Norfolk. None. And if the camel was so useful, why not? The answer came from the gamekeeper's son. 'Cause that'd tread on the young pheasants. I looked at its sprawling feet as shown in the picture, and understood their unfitness for a game-preserving county. We must move on again. The third class is hearing about the mole, and I pause for a minute on the way. The mole is useful because it eats the worms, which would eat the potatoes and get into our food. Is it ever idle? No, it is always working, digging fresh passages. Good old mole. Well said, old mole. Canst work in the ground so fast? Let us try the next class. It is engaged on the lion, and an elderly dame has got to thirdly and lastly. Etiquette requires that the lesson should conclude with some remarks on the use of the lion. What is the use of the lion? The use of the lion is to hunt. What is the use of the lion, children? Chorus, to hunt, teacher. I find she means to be hunted, and when the children are gone out to play, I put it to her whether she really thinks that beneficent Providence has created the lion on purpose that man should hunt him. She's a little staggered by this presentiment of her own doctrine, but pleads that it is so stated in her book, and produces it. There it is in black and white. I have little doubt that a similar belief is held by fox hunters and other sportsmen. Cruel, said an old keeper, when reproached for badger baiting. Why, whatever do you think as badgers was made for? In 10 minutes the children return from the playground, and I am implored not to forget the babies. They are going to have an object lesson, and the pupil teacher is waiting for me. It is Mary Williams, whose pretty face and pretty ways make her the idol of the babies, and even draw a smile from my grimmest sub. I yield to pressure. The babies are hot and dusty and riotous, and have to be relieved with a song just to blow off steam. What is next on the agenda paper? The cow? Let us have the cow. The whole class sees the picture of the cow brought down from the wall, but nevertheless we must approach the subject as tradition dictates. P.T. As I was coming to school this morning along High Street, I heard a great noise, and there was a man in a blue frock driving a great big animal down the road. What do you think it was, babies? Chorus, a cow, teacher. H.M.I. to Headmistress sotto voce. If ye had not ploughed with my heifer, ye had not found out my riddle. Headmistress uncertainly. Yes? P.T. Yes, a cow. And here's a picture of a cow. The class regarded with blank indifference born of familiarity. Now the cow is a very useful animal. Billy Jones, amicus curiae. I see a cow every morning as I was coming, and it was a bull, and it run at him on, and owned him nearly, only he got away. Pauses for want of breath. P.T. coldly. That will do, Billy. You mustn't talk now till teacher has done. And it gives us milk. What little boy or girl had milk for their breakfast this morning, I wonder? Alarms and excursions. Many competing claims to have had 2 moogs full. Yes, and that came from the cow. What has it got on its head? Horns, yes. And what can it do with its horns, Jenny? Jenny, hike your, i.e., toss you. P.T., much shocked. Oh, Jenny, I told you never to say hike. The cow would give you a great knock. And how many legs has it got? My attention wanders as if I was sitting under a dull preacher, and in the absence of mural tablets, I study the pictures and general exhibits. With joy, I hail a reading sheet for infants. Bill is not well. He is ill at the mill. Bid Ann fill a can of jam, and get us a bit of ham, and we will go with them to him. Did Bill sip the jam? Oh, yes, he sat up in his bed, and did sip jam till his lips were red. He did not have a bit of ham. We sat with Bill till 6, and then we set off. I infer that Bill succumbed to this novel treatment at 5:55, and that they fled in haste, when they were quite sure, you know. But I think if they had given him the ham too, he would have gone off quicker, if that was all they wanted. Over the fireplace is the timetable for the babies' class. It is approved by me as satisfying the conscience clause. In those days, our control over timetables went no further. The babies have 2 lessons a week, each of 15 minutes, on threading a needle. I think the conscience clause might come in here. On Friday afternoon, they have a lesson on riddles, and I never knew that. Why does a miller wear a white hat? When is a door not a door? For children who have gone through a year of this course of instruction, including the cow, the camel, and the cat, life has no further terrors, and death comes as a happy release. The cow is nearly exhausted and has a very, very long tongue, and when it wants to get some grass to eat, it wraps its tongue round the grass and tears it off. Isn't that clever? Yes, Sally, you shall go home directly, if you are a good girl. The closure is applied, the lesson ends, and the cow winds slowly to its place on the wall. As I go, I mutter to myself the old tag, Claudite jam rivus, pueri, satrata biberant. And it reminds me of a familiar Swiss scene. Footnote. Shut off the runnels now, lads. The meadows have drunk enough. End of footnote. The Matterhorn, the Smut Glacier, and the Dent Blanche make the background. In the foreground, Daddy with the spade is diverting the runnels to feed another meadow. And Anastasia, age 7, is not embittering life in Standard 1, but superintends the prolonged meal of a tethered cow, and at the same time minds Seraphina and Claudinus, age 3 and 4 respectively, who sprawl contentedly on the alp and pull to pieces what I call crocus, and the gods call coccinum alpinum. They toil not, nor do they thread needles, but they know a good deal about a cow. Where is Mary? Oh, Mary, Mary, quite contrary. Did you tell those babies any mortal thing about the cow that they didn't know before they came in? Well, Mr. Kinnersley, there was that about the tongue. Mary, Mary, did you ever hear of the book? I paused, trying to remember the details. Do you mean the Bible, Mr. Kinnersley? No, Mary, nor Bradshaw. The book that contained things that are true and things that are new. But the things that are true are not new, and the things that are new are not true. Mary looks at me in utter bewilderment. I box her pretty ears, pull her pretty hair, and dismiss her, quite unrepentant, to her dinner. The teacher of the second class stands where I left her, grieving if aught inanimate e'er grieves. She thinks I was not pleased with her presentment of the camel. I soothe her, and at that moment appears from the end classroom a bright-eyed little body, with a model and a pile of literature. Why, Miss Miranda, I exclaim, where have you been all the morning? In the classroom of Standard 1, Mr. Kinnersley, and you never came near my class. How was I to know that there was a class in there? What has she got in her hands? There's a model of a camel, a sketch of its internal arrangements, Wood's natural history, and rough notes of the lesson. Oh, Miss Miranda. Excellent wench. Perdition catch my soul, but I do. Wish there were more teachers like you. End of section 25. Section 26 of H.M.I. Some passages in the life of one of H.M. inspectors of schools. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. H.M.I. Some passages in the life of one of H.M. inspectors of schools by Edmund, MacKenzie, Sneyd-Kinnersley. Composition. An honest tale speeds best, being plainly told. King John. In the dark ages before, about 1895, one of the subjects allotted to Standard 5 was composition, and this was further explained to be writing from memory the substance of a short story read out twice. It was a very useful exercise, and many of my friends would be more valuable witnesses in a court of justice, and better company after dinner, if they had received this training. To be able to catch the point of a story and repeat it accurately is a rare accomplishment. I remember an instance in point. I was staying with the doctor, a school manager, and at dinner I told him the old story of H.J. Byron, Southern, and the Greatcoat. He laughed and made a mental note of it for professional use. Next day at lunch, he told me that it had brought him good fruit beyond expectation. He had called at the hall, and finding the daughters of the house assembled in the drawing room, after he had seen his patient, he had told them the story thus. I had heard a good story last night. H.J. Byron, you know, the man that wrote the plays, was going down Regent Street the other day and met Southern, the actor. It was a very cold day, and Southern, noticing that Byron was lightly clad, exclaimed, "What a fellow you are, Byron. You never wear a greatcoat." "No," said Byron, "I never was." They all laughed consumedly, and in the middle of their laughter, a girlfriend called and asked what was the joke. "Oh," said one, "such a funny story the doctor has just told us. Lord Byron, you know, that wrote the poetry, was going down. What street was it, doctor?" "Well, it's immaterial, but it was Regent Street." "Oh, thanks. Yes, and he met. Who was it?" "Southern, the actor." "Of course, yes. And so he said to Southern, 'You never wear a greatcoat.' So he said, 'No, I never do.'" Renewed laughter. The caller pondered, and then remarked that she was awfully stupid, but she didn't see the joke. The narrator pondered also, and finally confessed, "No more do I now, but we laughed very much when the doctor told us." I told the whole story to a friend, and he supplied me with a variant from a lower stratum of society. A Lancashire man went with a friend into a tailor shop to buy a coat. One was produced, and the purchaser asked the friend for his opinion. "Seems a bit short, don't it?" said the friend. "Ah, lad, but it'll be long enough before I get another." 3 minutes later, a third man found the friend in the street, still convulsed with laughter. "Why, what's to do?" he asked. The friend wiped his eyes and took breath. It were Jack Robinson. He's a funny feller. I went with him into yon shop, because he wanted an overcoat, do you see? And they brought him out one, and he tries it on, and he says to me, 'How does it look, Bill?' he says. 'Seems a bit short, don't it?' says I. 'Well,' he says, 'it'll be a pretty time afore I get another.' And the friend was again convulsed. But the third man was indignant. Why, whatever was there to laugh at? The friend rubbed an elongated forehead with a meditative cuff. "I reckon I've got it a bit mixed," he admitted, "but we laughed a good un at that time." A third case may be quoted. 20 or more years ago, there was an inquest that caused much excitement. A man, let us call him Miller, died suddenly. There was a post-mortem examination, and distinct traces of antimony were found. The public demanded vengeance, but soon cooled down when it was disclosed at the inquiry that the deceased, whether by making or by saving money, had hasted to become rich. There was a luncheon party at the Cannon's house in Norcester, and the affair, Miller, was discussed. Among the guests was old Sir John Surd, who, being very deaf, was allowed to have Lady Surd sitting next to him. The Canon, a well-known humorist, gave novelty to the topic by remarking how singular it was that a man who was so fond of money should have died of antimony. There was laughter, and Sir John turned to his wife and privately asked for the joke. "Oh, John," shouted her ladyship, "such a funny thing the Canon has said. Mr. Miller, you know, John Miller, the inquest." "Yes, yes." All conversation ceased. All eyes were turned on the narrator, who became flurried. "Mr. Miller, you know. Well, the Canon said how funny it was that, Mr. Miller, who, was so fond of money. Money, you know." "Yes, yes," impatiently. The guests begin to smile, and Lady Surd loses her head and plunges. "So fond of money, should have died of tartar emetic." Now, if these imperfect historians had been trained in Standard 5, I should have lost 3 stories. To meet the requirements of the code, it was necessary for school teachers to have a stock of simple anecdotes, and to this end, publishers brought out collections of stories, sometimes serious, moral, improving, sometimes more or less humorous, but nearly always quite unsuitable. Our children have a very limited vocabulary, and the long words and involved sentences that occur in such compilations completely bewildered them. Or, if by any chance there was a simpler story, it would probably have only one incident, and being of so elementary a type, would be inadequate for the latter part of the school year, when we expected 2 or more stages in the plot. For instance, 1. Androcles meets a lion in pain and removes a thorn from his foot. 2. The lion, being invited to eat Androcles, recognizes his benefactor and declines the meal. But Androcles was not our style of hero. An experienced school manager once pointed out to me the need for educating the faculty of humor in children. "Look at old Whackum," he said, indicating the master. "There is no surgical operation that would have any effect on that man's humorous receptivity. He ought to have been caught young." I banished Androcles and the like, and collected the stories which Mark Twain disliked, the stories with a snap to them. These I put into simple English, and then tried to get the class to find the snap. In an old portfolio I find a half-dozen of them, almost illegible with age, and they bring back memories of much of that unquenchable laughter, which I tried to teach Standard 5 to share with Olympus. How popular was the lady doctor, she who in Volume 1 took out the patient's eye and put it on a table while she was arranging bandages. But, Volume 2, the landlady's cat ate the eye, thinking it was its dinner. In Volume 3, the lady doctor killed the cat, took out its eye, put it in the unsuspecting patient's head, and sent him away whole. But the ungrateful patient complains that he is always looking for mice, and that the sight of a dog makes his hair stand on end. More popular still was Boccaccio's story of the crane. I believe it has appeared in all the languages of Europe, but not in school anecdote books. May I repeat it here? Those who know it have their remedy. The original, which is slightly altered for school use, is in the Decameron, 6, Day 4, novel. A dishonest cook was one day roasting a crane for her master's supper. When it was done, it looked so nice that she thought she must just taste it, and she tore off a leg and ate it. When the rest of the bird was served up for supper, the master saw what had been done, and angrily scolded her for taking the leg. "Oh, master," she said, "those birds have only one leg." "Only one leg, woman? Come with me in the morning to the river bank, and I will teach you better than that." So in the morning they went, and there were 6 cranes, each standing, as is the way of the cranes, on one leg. "There, master," she said, "what did I tell you? Only one leg." The master clapped his hands and said, "Shoo, shoo," and all the birds put down the other legs, ran a few yards, and flew away. "What did I tell you?" he said. 2 legs. "Ah," said she, "but if you'd have clapped your hands and said shoo, shoo at that crane last night, maybe he'd have put down another leg and flown away, and you'd have lost your supper." The difficulty was with the girls. In a mixed school, while the boys were laughing, the girls in the same class would be reflecting that the cook didn't ought to have took the leg, speculating also whether they should write crane, C-R-A-I-N, like rain, R-A-I-N, or crane, C-R-E-I-G-N, like rain, R-E-I-G-N. Androcles is their man. But even the boys failed me sometimes. This was notable in the extreme case of the speculative maid and the Hamburg lottery. I told it to my best boys' school with much confidence. There was a lottery in Hamburg last year, and the first prize was £1,000. The tickets were sold in the town hall, and the mayor was there to see fair play. About an hour after they began to sell, a servant girl came in a great hurry and said she wanted to buy number 23. They told her it was sold already. She cried so much that the mayor asked whether another ticket wouldn't do as well. She could have number 21. But she said no, she must have 23 and no other. The mayor was so sorry for her that he sent a clerk to the man who bought number 23 and asked him to change it. This was done without any trouble, and the girl went away happy. When the lottery was drawn, number 23 won the first prize of £1,000, and the mayor was so surprised that he sent for the girl and asked her what made her think of that number. Well, she said, it was this way. I had a dream that number 7 won it, and then I dreamt again that 7 won, and then a third time I dreamt that 7 won, and I said to myself, 3 sevens is 23, and I came here and got it. And when I had got to the end, the whole class rose deferentially from their seats and said, 3 sevens are 21. Let me add 2 wholly irrelevant appendices. Appendicitis is the disease of the storyteller. First was it Huxley or Tyndall, who, after hearing this, said it was the only dream story that ever carried conviction to his mind. Secondly, I was told on the highest authority that the story is traditional in the Deanery of Westminster, because it was told there at the dinner table of Arthur P. Stanley, whose bent was not scientific, and when it came to an end, all laughed except the dean, who, after some thought, said he could not see the joke, but after increased laughter of the others, hazarded the surmise that perhaps 3 times 7 is not 23. This irreceptivity caused me grave disquiet. Was it possible that by diligent practice a child should convert himself into a sort of graph or phone, capable of reproducing a story with absolute accuracy without intelligent comprehension? Was it not possible to superadd a test? I tried the experiment thus. The story was of the usual type, and I told it to a large mixed class, boys and girls. A French officer, coming into a wine shop in Paris, heard an old soldier boasting of his battles, his wounds and losses. I have lost my right arm, he said lastly, but it was for France and the Emperor, and for them I would gladly give the other arm. That is all very fine, remarked the officer. It is easy to boast when you are safe, but if it came to the real thing, it might be different. The brave man rose from his seat, drew his sword, and cut off the other arm. Now, children, I concluded, write that story, and at the bottom say what is wrong with it. The best of the boys were already chuckling. Other boys joined in more slowly. Even the careworn teacher of the class, after staring hard at me for 2 or 3 minutes, came up and confidentially informed me that he had got it, though at first it seemed a hard thing. But the girls sat dull-eyed and resentful of the novelty. At the end of 20 minutes, they had reproduced the story word for word, and the most intelligent of them had appended the criticism. It was very wrong of the man to cut off the arm which God had given him. Emboldened by success, I tried another. A Boer farmer wished to sell his cattle to a Scotch dealer. They met at the nearest hotel and agreed that the price should be £7, 10 shillings a head. There were 50 of them, and, as the Boer said, he was no scholar. The Scotchman made out the bill. 50 head of cattle at £7 10 shillings, he said. Just £350. And he gave the farmer a cheque for the money and rode off with the cattle. But the Boer did not feel quite sure it was right, and when he got to the next hotel, he borrowed a ready reckoner, which showed that the price should have been £375. Full of fury, he galloped after the Scotchman, caught him up, and charged him with cheating. "Amen," said the rogue. "What makes you think it was £375? "I found it in the ready reckoner at Smith's Hotel," said the Boer. "Pooh, pooh, man," said the other. "I know that reckoner. It is last year's." And the Boer rode back content. There is the story right at the end, what the Boer ought to have said. It was the end of the last century that a philosopher discovered that reproducing anecdotes was not educative. It gave no play to the imagination. What we wanted was original thought. Now the stories required attention, concentration, accuracy, and considerable knowledge of the laws of composition. And the better course would have been to add what required originality, retaining what required accuracy. But in education, as in other things, it is the man of one idea who moves and gets his way. My stock of stories became waste paper. The search for originality was too often pursued in a remarkable manner. No one reads Campbell now, and no boy could retaliate with the lines, "For there is nothing original in me, excepting original sin." But it was easy to offer passive resistance and to let the teacher do the originating. The latter began by providing heads, accompanied with copious comments, that he supplied rough scribbling books in which the children wrote their crude attempts. Then he wrote on the blackboard a jejune essay, which the class copied verbatim in their show books. These were offered to us as the first fruits of original thought. Occasionally we get the real article, and I treasure the following essay, faithfully transcribed from the MS as 18-karat gold. My favorite hero. A good while ago, I heard of a man called Arthur Wellesley. His first school he went to was in France. He was called the Duke of Wellington. He was a grand speaker and spoke about a great man named Napoleon. He was captured by the Romans and took to prison. They let him off if he would not go back to the Britons. Wellington was sent to an island, and he escaped in a punt and went back to his own country. There he stayed for a long while when he died. He was a very strong and healthy man. That is genuine. The following essay I give as it was told to me, without further warranty. A boy was told to write an essay on the 7 ages of man. Not having read As You Like It, he evolved this out of his inner consciousness. When he is young, he thinks of the bad things he will do when he grows up. This is the age of innocence. When he is grown up, he does some of them. This is the prime of life. When he is very old, he is sorry for what he has done. This is dotage. End of section 26. Chapter 27 of H.M.I. Some passages in the life of one of H.M. inspectors of schools. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. H.M.I. Some passages in the life of one of H.M. inspectors of schools by Edmund, MacKenzie, Sneyd-Kinnersley. Needlework. Domi mansit, lanem fecit, Roman epitaph. Domestic economy and plain needlework. Code. It was I, said Dominie Sampson, who did educate Miss Lucy in all useful learning, albeit it was the housekeeper who did teach her those unprofitable exercises of hemming and shaping. The question that occurs to the professional mind is whether Lucy Bertram's skill in plain needlework was really limited to hemming, which is the work allotted to girls of 6 or 7 years of age, or whether the Dominie, in his contemptuous ignorance, used the term to include all varieties of stitches. By shaping, I think he meant what we call cutting out. That is high art, and a few years ago it was confined to quite the upper circles of an elementary school. If Lucy really could not go beyond hemming, I fear she would have had some difficulty with the material when it was shaped, unless, indeed, she made only pocket handkerchiefs and towels. To be easily satisfied with the low standard of attainments was, in the estimation of my lords, a mark of inefficiency. This is a pity, for Lucy shares with Rose Bradwardine the unenviable distinction of being the most insipid of Scott's heroines, and she might have won great triumphs in needlework, even in the diverse colors of needlework on both sides. Footnote: this form of double tapestry must have been difficult of execution. How did they hide the stitches on the wrong side? End of footnote. Her backstitching should have been a model of neatness, and her flannel patches should have drawn tears of admiration from H.M. Inspector in Dumfriesshire. Alas, the niceties of nomenclature are already fading from my memory, yet there was a time when I could deceive the very elect with my superficial jargon. Before 1876, the inspection of needlework was very simple. That plain needlework, none of your crochet work, should be taught to all the girls, was a condition precedent of the annual grant in country schools. There was not much fear of neglect, but Mrs. Squire and Mrs. Rector kept vigilant eyes on this branch of education, and the subscribers to the school funds often got back part of the value of their money by sending their household sewing to be done in school. It was no unusual thing to find 5 afternoons a week entirely devoted to sewing. They tell me, said one Lady Bountiful, that the girls in Standard 6 learn decimals. Not that I know what decimals are. I think they should learn to sew, don't you? But I dallied with my golden chain and smiling put the question by. On the day of inspection, the work done in the course of the year was submitted to our judgment. As a rule, the garments were laid out on a long table. Alternatively, they were dealt out to the makers or to those who were credited with making something. It was our duty to go on visiting rounds among the desks, to pick up the hateful things, to look wise, and if possible, to make an appropriate remark here and there. This was a terrible ordeal. Each girl regarded her work as the most important output of the year, and very few had any suspicion that we lacked knowledge. It happened one day that, while I was thus engaged, my driver got weary of waiting for me in the road with his dog cart, and hailed a little maid coming out of the school. "Be the gentleman a-coming?" "Yes," she replied. "He's just a-looking at our sewing." The driver was astonished. "What? Do he know about sewing, then?" "I expect," said the dear child, "he know a little about everything." It was a cruel judgment, though kindly meant. If she had said a very little, she would, within limits, have accurately described our pretensions, the duodecimo encyclopedia sort. After one of these ordeals, my assistant and I adjourned, in an unusually exhausted state, to the Crown for lunch. It was market day, and extra help had been hired to meet the demands of the farmers, so that we were waited upon by a stranger, who began by asking whether one of us had not been at our school that morning. We pleaded guilty, jointly and severally. "My little gal," she went on to say, "is wonderful put out. She come back crying till she's sick. The inspector come," she say, "and pick up my work, and he look at it. Lawks," he say, "here's a pillar slip. And oh, mother, it was my shimmy, as I took such pains with." And she did cry ever so. My assistant behaved shamefully. He declared I was the culprit, and he laughed till the tears ran down his cheeks. But I was shocked. Not for worlds would I have had it happen. How was I to know that the folded up lump of unbleached calico was the chemise and not a pillowcase. And to this day, I repudiate locks as an expletive. I exhausted myself in apologies, and thereafter I was careful not to betray ignorance. What is a garment? Clearly a wearment, that which one wears. Should it include pillowcases, towels, and dusters? Custom said yes, and the output of pillow slips, which is their simplicity of shape and manufacture, called for no special skill, always seemed to me be in excess of the possible demand. In a school maintained by a bountiful earl, I noticed that the schoolroom had become the workroom of the castle. There was a liberal display of household articles, and while the third class had sufficed to hem and seam them, it had been found necessary to employ the first class to mark them with coronets. This was bad. Tennyson would certainly have ruled that plain sewing was more than coronets. But worse remained behind. The castle clearly had not realized that the whole collection would be exhibited, and there were other things which, as Miss Griselda Oldbuck would say, it does not become a lady to particularize, which Herodotus might have declared it unlawful to mention, and the sight of which would have Gorgonized the rector's wife if she had been present. All this underwear with the coroneted towels was laid on the table for our inspection. It was very embarrassing. Providentially, the ladies fair-to-fair did not attend the inspection. Allusion to these garments reminds me of a case where grave misunderstanding arose. It was in the year 1876, I suppose, for it was in that year that the system of payment of grant was altered. If a school chose to present itself for examination in certain subjects, whereof needlework was one, there was a grant of 2 shillings per head, that is, double the former grant, attainable in case of success. But though the special and extended examination was optional, the teaching of plain sewing and the display of garments was still compulsory. Soon after the change in the code I was at, let us call it Leighton School, the manager of which was a valued friend of mine and an apostle of education, for many merits esteemed throughout the county. At the end of the ordinary inspection, I asked for the garments. The mistress, with apparent surprise, told me there were none. But in accordance with the code, I insisted on seeing some as a condition of the grant. I had to certify something in the formal report. After some delay, she produced a shirt and said that was all that was available. I examined and cross-examined that shirt before lady managers and teachers, and as I was afterwards remembered, covered myself with disgrace by complaining that it had no gusset somewhere. It was pointed out to me in the plainest language that apparently I was not aware that a shirt might have either a gusset or a yoke, and this had a yoke. So we patched up a piece and went to lunch, oppressor and oppressed. But in the report I complained of the scanty supply of garments, and some correspondence followed. It was not till some days had gone by that an explanation reached me circuitously. There were garments in abundance, but they would not meet for the male eye, and they were hidden away. 'Tis better to have sewn and hidden away than never to have sewn at all. There are instances in the classical dictionary of males who were over-curious. I forget the details, but I remember that their end was disastrous. Fortunately, on this occasion, I was innocent in intention and unsuccessful in action. But I sent the rector the following lines, and we made friends again. Chorus of spinsters. Have you heard the sad news, how they've dared to abuse the sewing our girls do at Leighton? The man must be worse than Satan. What next? No wonder the Powells are vexed. There's the poor dear rector, who fed the inspector on his best 34, says he'll give him no more. And Miss Lucy, his daughter, said she'd put him on bread and water. And Miss Taylor, the mistress, overwhelmed with distress. And pretty Miss Ball, she's worse than them all, and says, drat him. She'd like to get at him, and she's strongly inclined to give him a bit of her mind. It's so like a man. Let him find if he can. Any children so good at their needles, they come poking and prying, set the teachers all crying, and bully the poor things like beetles. He's worse than a Turk. Just look at our work. We have aprons and shirts and bodies and skirts and dusters for infants to hem, and sewing on strings and a whole heap of things. But of course we couldn't show them. There were 24 towels we made for the bowels, and 10 pairs of stays to be sent to the maze. We darn and we mend and make things without end for the Johnsons that live at the lodge. There's fine work to be seen that would do for the Queen, and coarse things more suited for Hodge. One thing I must own, we can't herringbone, but they say it's no longer the mode. We've no flannel to show, and such garments, you know, as petticoats aren't in his code. But we can make chemises, we can knit muffleteases, or the top of a stocking, they weep. Oh, it's shocking, quite shocking. And he comes to our school and looks perfectly cool, while we're fretting and fussing and secretly cussing. And he says, now, Miss T, I should like to see, where's your sewing? There's no knowing the spite of these terrible men, so like him to ask it. And Miss T brings the basket and takes off the cover and then, much hurt, shows one shirt. And he says, is that all? And no gusset at all? There should be one here. Oh, the creature, my dear. Then he takes it up shamefully, handles it blamefully, pulls it about, outside in, inside out, sticks his thumbs through the cracks, puts Miss T in a wax, holds it up to the light as if he knew what's right, and treats it so badly, then shakes his head sadly. They weep again. And the things, dear, you know, that we really can't show, he pretends not to see and says, really, dear me, and flops out of school in a huff, as if one shirt wasn't enough. Oh, what will become of the grant? He surely won't dare, no, he can't. To fine us, it wouldn't be fair. But if he should try, I declare, we have made up our minds, and we mean to take all those things to the Queen and ask her opinion and whether her minion is to trample on women like this, and if she'll be pleased to dismiss her bold-faced inspector who beated our rector and says we can't sew when we only can't show. It was said that the simple inspection of garments was not always so simple as the inspector. A lady manager of a country school told me how in primitive times the dame who taught sewing in her parish had annually beguiled my remote predecessor. Every year at the end of the examination, he called for the garments, and every year she handed him a shirt. Every year he examined it with care, and every year he praised it in the report on the school. And, Mr. Kinnersley, she added, it was always the same shirt. To begin with, it was not made at the school at all, but by a woman in the village. There are some who, through faith, have obtained a good report, but in this case, the faith was on the reporter's side. Conceive the greatness of the fraud and the depth of H.M.I.'s ignorance. For either the shirt must have grown yellow with age, or it must have been washed annually, and washed garments were forbidden exhibits. Footnote, because to work cleanly counts for merit, and washing presupposes dirt. End of footnote. As the years went on, one grew more skillful in criticism. By painful experience, one learned to avoid certain pitfalls. For the old-fashioned dames who taught sewing were very outspoken in their comments. You gentlemen don't know nothing about it. That ain't the right way for to try it, said one of these beldames to me, when I tested the strength of a darned stocking by putting my fingers through the darned places. She turned on my assistant, who was gazing with an air of profound wisdom at some masterpiece. That's the wrong side for you to look at." And she turned it around, in spite of his prompt assertion that he always liked to see both sides. At another school, where Mrs. Squire was deeply interested in the sewing, I had basically retreated into the classroom while my excellent assistant of that period was commenting freely on the work. To my dismay, the dear old lady came to me in a state midway between choking mirth and gnawing indignation. "Really, it is too ridiculous," she said at last, "to see you gentlemen pretending to judge of needlework. There is Mr. Pluckham, doesn't know the difference between feather stitch and herringbone." I had never heard of feather stitch, but I took the earliest opportunity of making its acquaintance. I have already alluded to the change in the code, which made the full grant for sewing depend chiefly on the merit of the work done before our eyes. There was a list of appropriate exercises, and to each girl was allotted one of these, to be completed in a given time. This was the death knell of the old sewing mistresses. They could not teach a class, though they were often very successful with individuals, and now grants were in danger. The exigency of the hour required new tricks to impose on the unsuspecting inspector. It happened one day that I had taken away with me the worked specimens, fragments of linen, calico, and flannel, about 3 or 4 inches square, showing various stitches, and asked a skilled needlewoman to give me her opinion. She laughed me to scorn. It was machine work. I laughed her to scorn. I was not so easily taken in. I had seen the work done before my eyes in the board school. There was no machine in the room. The reply was that what I saw worked in school was not what I brought away. We differed, and the full grant was paid. Some years afterwards, my eyes were opened. A lady who took much interest in the girls' sewing, and with whom I had annual and delightful encounters, taunted me, and the male sex generally, with our incapacity to judge of needlework, and also with our hopeless gullibility. There was a school, she said, but nothing should induce her to reveal the name, where the mistress did all the specimens which I thought were worked by the girls, and these were cleverly palmed off on me in substitution for the patches, etc., on which I had seen the children engaged. I asked no questions, but my colleague and I, as we ran home, ran over in our minds the schools within a convenient radius. There was only one of doubtful character, and thither my colleague went next month in the ordinary course. The girls had their sewing given out, and the work was going on in the usual way, when suddenly he noticed that each girl had a work bag tied round her waist, and his suspicions were aroused. "What is in the bags?" "Oh, nothing, just the usual sewing materials." He examined several. Mary's bag contained a flannel patch complete. Jane had a neat piece of back stitching. Susan had a buttonhole complete. Harriet had so many rows of knitting, he reported to me. Then I saw it all. The old story of the board school came back to mind. The work was machined, and the girls, or the teachers, let us hope that the teachers did not make the girls parties to the fraud, had palmed it with a little sleight of hand, and perhaps a little appropriate patter. But such cases must have been rare, whereas in the days of exhibited garments, detection being almost impossible, anything may have been done. In one large town, it was rumored that there was a depot which lent out on hire garments for the day of inspection. This may be regarded as evidence not so much of what was done as of what was possible. It is certain that in some other schools the best girls made all the garments, and the work of the inefficient was suppressed. When the code made fraud too easy, I blamed the code. In those days, every pupil teacher and every woman sitting for a certificate had to present to the inspector a garment as evidence of her skill as a needlewoman, and on this she got marks which counted for the examination. There was nothing on earth to show that the presenter of the garment had made it, and of course one could not ask questions. I am surprised that Mary Jane has failed, said a schoolmistress of my acquaintance. She wasn't that bad at sums, and it wasn't for her needlework, for I did that myself. Oh, Adam, when we remember that he had no one to associate with but Eve, we cease to wonder that his moral sense weakened. She gave me of the tree. One more reminiscence. Lady managers often would say to me, "Why don't the girls learn to sew? They come here as servants, after having been in the school for years, and they can't do a thing." I heard this repeated for years and could not reply. Nor indeed did I pay much heed. Lady managers were always on the warpath. But one day I mentioned the gravamen to a colleague and asked how he explained this failure of our system of education. "Pooh, pooh," he replied. "Did you ever hear of the monkeys on the west coast of Africa, or somewhere, who, according to the natives, could talk if they liked, but they won't, because if they did, they would have to work. That is what is the matter with our girls. They go out to service, and if they confess that they can sew, they are put on to do all the household sewing, besides their regular work. So they pretend they are useless, and the missus gets a machine." It may be so. It is only married men who are in a position to reveal the secret workings of domestic life. "When you're a married man," said Mr. Weller, "you'll understand a good many things as you don't understand now." I commend the rest of his profound utterance to the attention of the reader. It occurs in chapter 27 of Pickwick. Footnote: "But whether it's worth while going through so much to learn so little, as the charity boy said when he got to the end of the alphabet, is a matter of taste. I rather think it isn't." End of footnote. End of chapter 27. Section 28 of H.M.I. Some passages in the life of one of H.M. inspectors of schools. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. H.M.I. Some passages in the life of one of H.M. inspectors of schools, by Edmund, MacKenzie, Sneyd-Kinnersley. Upheaval. Bless thee, bottom. Bless thee, thou art translated. Midsummer Night's Dream. In 1902 came Mr. Balfour's Great Education Act, putting the whole control of all public elementary schools, exceptis rebus divinis, in Baconian phrase, into the hands of the local authorities. This altered the whole machinery of inspection. Hitherto our districts had been limited by the boundaries of large boroughs, or of poor law unions, though we had nothing to do with corporations or guardians. Now, if I might borrow the words of Froude, in the purplest of his purple patches, the paths trodden by the footsteps of ages were broken up. Henceforth, our little domains were to be coextensive with the county, or with one or more large towns. A new secretary at the Board of Education was appointed, with fear of change perplexing our monarch's inspectors. Where is my raven's hoe? When the head of a great family dies, relations are changed entirely between some score or two of persons. The dog of today is not the dog of yesterday. Perhaps even the old hound wonders whether he is to keep his old place by the fire or no. And younger brothers bite their nails and wonder, too, about many things. Towards the end of the year, I, among others, was summoned to the office and had my interview. In a few days came the announcement that I was appointed to the care of Manchester, and at the same time to the chief inspectorship of the Northwestern Division. The local paper, which reported the change to a disconsolate city, declared in picturesque language that I was to rule from the Mersey to the Solway, and from the Pennine Range to the Calf of Man. In other words, the division included Lancashire, Cumberland, Westmoreland, and the Isle of Man. There were advantages and disadvantages, with which I need not trouble the reader. When Bishop Stubbs was moved from Chester to Oxford, he said, with his accustomed humor, that, like Homer, he suffered from translation. What should I lose that gain from my translation? I soliloquized for a while, like Hamlet, whether to bear those ills I had, or fly to others that I knew not of. But unlike Hamlet, I chose the latter, because in any case it could not be for more than 4 years, whereas Hamlet contemplated a considerably longer stay in his undiscovered bourne. I did myself the honor to accept and assume charge of the children of 600,000 people in the district, and of about 5 million in the division. In a few months, Cumberland and Westmoreland were, to my great regret, taken from me, and Cheshire, more convenient but less beautiful, was substituted. The division then consisted of 2 counties palatine and the Isle of Man. Footnote. Note that I fully admit the right of the County of Durham to this meaningless title, and also to immunity from me. End of footnote. There was a staff of about 45 inspectors and sub-inspectors, whose diurnal and annual revolutions I was supposed to oversee. At the time of this alteration, I also exchanged the title of Chief Inspector for that of Divisional Inspector. The substitution of 5 syllables for 1 is always to be deprecated, but that was the limit of my injury. What are the duties of a senior, or chief, or divisional inspector? I have lived to see the 3 dynasties. It is difficult to sum them up concisely. The professional reader knows them already. The unprofessional reader would not be interested. Briefly, I may say that he has to see that the district inspectors and their staff do their work and maintain their requisite standard of education. He has to advise the staff in all cases of difficulty. He has to hold inquiries in cases of dispute between the district inspector and the local authority. Also, he has to attend conferences at the office and to advise the board before any important change is made. Lastly, he has in alternate years to compile a Blue Book report on the state of education in the division. I may say at once that the 2 last duties gave me little or no trouble. When I resigned, there had been no conference for 18 months, and no divisional reports had been required for 5 years. I cannot say that the conferences were profitable to the nation. In fact, so far as I remember, they were chiefly confined to the questions of official organization, but they gave one a convenient opportunity of meeting all colleagues at the expense of the consolidated fund. The Blue Book report, if I may quote Mr. Kirtle, as an exquisite embodiment of the inspector's visions and a realization of human intellectuality, gilding with refulgent light our dreamy moments, and laying open a new and magic world before the mental eye is gone, perfectly gone. Footnote, Nicholas Nickleby, Chapter 24. End of footnote. I cannot say whether the board suspected no one read the reports, or whether in its positively Russian dread of individual opinion, it disliked the appearance in print of such crude ideas as might survive a triple censorship. So long as I was not asked to compile the hateful thing, I was content. The most important duty of the divisional chief has been forgotten. It was to preside over an annual conference of his suffragans, which began with discussion of educational topics of present interest and ended with lunch. I shall always retain pleasant recollections of those spring meetings at Derby, when I sat at the hospitable board and my good old chief, Mr. Blandford, and his successors, and I did my best to carry on the tradition at Manchester. As for the topics, they served their turn. Then the agenda paper evolved the menu. It is obvious that an official who discharged these duties efficiently would be very valuable, and the Royal Commission, which inquired into civil service organization, proposed to assist him by relieving him of his small district work. Small, they said. Footnote, that it would tend to secure a greater uniformity of standard among the inspectors if the chief inspectors ceased to have charge of small districts of their own and confined themselves to the larger areas which they have to supervise, etc., etc. Page 76, report. End of footnote. So far from following this suggestion, the board has steadily increased the local work by enlarging the areas and diminishing the subordinate staff, so that in my last half year, when the district population had increased to 880,000, though I had a splendid staff in number and efficiency, I found my time and energies entirely absorbed by local claims. Fortunately, the division could boast an admirable body of district inspectors, and appeals and inquiries were exceedingly rare. I gave myself up to Manchester and Salford. Hitherto I had regarded Manchester as the place where one changed trains if one wanted to go from Chester to York. The London and North Western thoughtfully arranges an interval of an hour or more, and there is time to stroll into the town. There is a river more gloomy than the Styx, more foul than the Pegnitz or Nuremberg, or a back canal of Venice at low water. Beyond that is a cathedral, smoke-begrimed outside, filled with an impenetrable gloom inside. Beyond the cathedral I had never ventured, for it usually rains, and there is an oft-recurrent fog. In this town I was to spend 4 years, if I survived. When you have realized the rain and the fog and the smoke, and you begin to grasp the ceaseless uproar of traffic, there are electric trams screaming and whirring and clanging and crashing. There are lorries, chiefly laden with mineral water bottles, which make a specially irritating rattle and jar. There are drays groaning under the weight of huge bales of calico, and everywhere there is stone pavement, granite sets, that multiply and intensify the clanging and crashing and groaning. And this granite paving is not confined to the main thoroughfares, where the wear and tear of traffic might almost justify a poverty-stricken corporation in its selection, might at least reduce the charge of sleep murder to culpable somnicide. It extends over the whole town. A very few favorite spots have a short stretch of wooden pavement. Everywhere else, even in the most remote side street of a backwater, there is granite. This does not strike a Manchester man as being objectionable. How could it do so? When the Romans built Mancunian, they laid down a stone-paved road, and the roads in Manchester have ever since been stone-paved. And what Manchester has always done is right. They even built schools on the edges of those stony griefs, and while I was there, I used to watch day by day the gradual rise of an enormous hospital bounded by one of the noisiest of main thoroughfares. That was not my business, but the schools were my business, and I never ceased to protest against the tortures inflicted on teachers and children in those places. My particular bugbear was a board school in the Pandemonium Road, a still noisier street than the one chosen for the hospital patients. During school hours, there is seldom a lull in the infernal din, and there was no conceivable reason why the school should not have been built at the back, except that the school board wanted to shine before men, and to allow the passerby to see the magnificence of a Manchester board school. The noise of the street was so overwhelming that arrangements were made to work the school in shifts, each class taking 1 month of noise in a classroom facing the street, and a month of comparative quiet on the opposite side of the building. On the noisy side, you might see the teachers with careworn faces and outstretched necks, striving to make their voices cut through the cross waves of sound, and you would see the children, with knitted brows and open mouths, straining their ears to catch what was said, and at times shaking their heads in despair, and sinking back into their seats with resignation, as who should say, "I have done my best, but after all, it is your lookout more than mine." There were 2 other schools, both board or council schools, in the same plight. Many were but slightly less tormented. Some had been planted in remote streets, and the electric tram lines had broken in on their retirement, not only destroying their peace, but threatening the children with dismemberment. The obvious remedy was wood pavement outside the schools. This was conceded to churches and chapels that were open 2 or 3 times on Sundays, and once or twice in the week, but schools that were at work for 5 hours and a half, 5 days a week, and where it was important that one should hear what was said, were denied so much relief. Remonstrance was in vain. The inordinate self-satisfaction of Manchester was never more apparent than in this instance. Just look at our traffic. Their traffic. If they could only see Oxford Street or the Strand and take the evidence of men who remembered the old granite pavement there. Noise was not the worst of their offenses. Many of the school buildings, church, chapel, Roman Catholic, and board, were incredibly bad. In a notebook I have a record of my last visit to Hewitt Street Council School on a November afternoon in a thick yellow fog. 143 boys in 4 classes were being taught in a large hall. The windows were shut to keep out the fog, and from 80 to 100 gas jets were adding pollution to the poisoned air. 32 more boys were struggling for existence in a small and violently lighted room. Both rooms were on the 2nd floor. On the ground floor, India rubber was stored. On the 1st floor, there was calico. There was only 1 staircase. If a fire had broken out on either of the 2 lower floors, hardly a child could have escaped, for the thick smoke mounting upwards would have proved as deadly as fire damp. After this, it is hardly worth noting that there was not a foot of playground. The boys played in the street. And this, remember, was 35 years after the formation of the first school board for Manchester. 2 years later, in 1907, the school was closed. Do not suppose that these horrors were confined to Manchester. Many less important towns in the district might plead that they had their standards of comfort and decency lowered by the example of their capital. There is a range of hills running from the Scotch border to the Peak, known to geography book writers, but not locally, as the Pennine Range. On the west side of this range lay my division, and from Preston to Cockleton, there was a succession of large manufacturing towns, differing from one another in some respects, but agreeing in their notions of school building. The root idea was a large main room having, if possible, a raised platform or dais at one end and several small classrooms. The main room should be from 34 to 40 feet wide. It would be admirably adapted for Sunday school, and the superintendent should sit on the platform to direct the storm. The classrooms would hold from 20 to 30 children on the 8 square feet allowance of the education department. The walls might be lined with cupboards to hold the crockery for tea parties, and the assorted literature of the Band of Hope and other societies. Also the Band of Hope's big drum, and the huge tea urns. The societies would meet in the main room, and the best classroom would serve for the committee to assemble in. There would be no cloakroom, and no washing room. Incidentally, the rooms would be used for day school purposes. In this way, the repairs of the fabric and a good deal of the gas and coal bills and cleaning expenses would be provided for. And if a really energetic schoolmaster could be found to farm the school, he would certainly relieve the managers of any financial liability, and might even be induced to pay a comfortable rent, thereby strengthening the cause. A very convenient addition to the scheme was to build the school underneath a chapel, more or less in a basement. This economized space. For some years the plan worked well. Then trouble arose, as new inspectors arose and propounded startling theories of health and comfort. Some men went so far as to assert that a schoolroom, 34 feet wide with 4 rows of desks on either side of a central gangway, double-banked is the technical name, was intolerably noisy, and their classrooms, which, even if cleared of the cupboards and tea urns, held only 25 children, were insanitary, with 65 were black-holed in them. But the managers were very powerful, and the school farmers, lineal descendants of the Syrian publican, commanded many votes. Lancashire and Cheshire's MPs wrote private letters to the vice president, denouncing the misplaced zeal of the inspector, or they called at the office and talked to the secretary. All the powers of obstruction were used. The Roman Catholics kept an archbishop, a duke, and an earl in readiness. With belted sword and spur on heel, they quitted not their harness bright, neither by day nor yet by night. And the Wesleyans had their doughty champion at the Westminster Training College who carved at the meal with gloves of steel, and he drank the red wine through the helmet barred. These flocked to the office, and the secretary, for the time being, threw all his children to the wolves, on condition that the wolves went away. Do you call this exaggeration? Well, I will not insist on the barred helmet, and the red wine may have been toast and water. But for the rest, the story is true in essentials. In 1903, I was taken by a colleague to a Wesleyan school in one of the cotton towns, and was shown the buildings which, in a former year, Mandela, when vice president of the department, had denounced to the managers. He had added the offensive remark in the presence of the district inspector that he could not understand how H.M. inspector allowed such a building to be recognized. That official placidly murmured, "I will tell you about that downstairs." And when they were outside, he said, "I have done all I could to get the place shut up, but your office has always blocked me." Did Mandela go by an early train to Whitehall to insist on immediate justice? That, continued my colleague, was 25 years ago, and the school has gone on ever since. The circular of 1893, issued by Mr. Auckland, with the aim of securing sanitary buildings, has already been mentioned. How other places escaped just condemnation, I know not. But from careful study of portfolios, I discovered that Manchester won through the 19th century by the policy of Fabius. In 1904, I visited the horrible den, squalid, noisy, noisome, then under the Manchester Committee, and I reported its defects in full. The committee replied that they had appointed a subcommittee to look out for a site for a new school. What more could be expected? But I turned to the previous correspondence, and there I read that, in 1894, my predecessor had denounced the school, and that the school board had replied, "A subcommittee has been appointed to look out for a new site." One can picture the relief of the department in 1894 on finding that their suggestion had received due attention, and the relief of the school board on finding that the department was so easily pacified. As a searcher, Diogenes was not more unsuccessful. In the 20th century, the patience of Whitehall had been exhausted. On my predecessor's report, a considerable number of these dens had been condemned, and their dates of execution had been fixed, but, like Prior's thieves, they seemed not in great haste that the show should begin, now fitted the halter, now traversed the cart, and often took leave, but seemed loath to depart. And, as in the well-known Rems case, nobody seemed one penny the worse. The Act of 1902, however, gave new life to the champions of health. We demanded execution of the condemned, and proceeded to draw up a fearful list of new indictments against other offenders. Looking down the list of schools, though time and imperfect memory have already confused North Street with South Street, and St. John's C.E. with St. John's R.C., It is easy to pick out 50 habitual criminals who were brought up for correction. The contest raged fiercely over the whole town. Emissaries from the local authorities hurried up to London and besieged the doors of the board. The post office groaned under the protests. Architects of the board visited and reported. The great Panjundrum himself, with the little round button on top, was called in. And still we fought. In some parts of the field we won easily. Every Wesleyan school in the town was condemned and temporarily transferred. After a desperate fight, a group of 4 of the worst offenders received sentence. Hewitt Street, as I said before, is gone, reversing Disraeli's epigram. It is not only damned, it is dead. The others are, I suppose, still in the form of stage. Footnote, protection, said Mr. Disraeli, is not only dead, it is damned. A modern protectionist would lament that the statesman did not read Alton Locke, published before the utterance, chapter 22, and say that devil's dead. At any rate, I'd no bury him till he began smell a wee strong like. It's a gruesome thing, is premature interment. Alton, laddie. End of footnote. And all the time the usual struggle with the code went on, varied now with resistance to an attack from the local authority, now with presentment of a cold shoulder to obstruction offered by the teachers' union, now with the soothing of indignant managers upon whose toes all the other parties were treading. It was only in the intervals between the recitation of Standard 5 and the geography of Standard 6 that one had time to notice that the rooms in which both classes were taught were unfit for human habitation. It was only on a chance visit to a cookery or woodwork class that one discovered that the instruction was given in what the local authority called a basement, and I called a cellar. It was only on similar chance visit to a school that I discovered abominations which almost took away my appetite for dinner. And it was only after escaping from the day's drudgery that I had even short leisure to study the people, far too short a time to be able to give any reasoned account of them. A pilgrim may report his impressions of manners and customs, but he cannot generalize on character. True that the Manchester folk made no attempt to conceal their failings or to conciliate the casual visitor. I have mentioned the inordinate self-satisfaction of the city, but it would be better to describe it as an overfull recognition of its own surpassing merits. Let us not suppose that it went far beyond a just claim. There went with it a certain consciousness that in the wear and tear of crowded life, the amenities of society were a little neglected. It was told me with a strange delight that the commercial travelers and others speak of Manchester men and Liverpool gentlemen, and it was averred that the former put on silk hats when they journeyed to do business with the latter. I mentioned this double tribute to a Liverpool resident, and he replied that he had not noticed it. Now, what did he mean? Was it that the Liverpool gentleman, or that he had not seen the silk hats? It is better not to ask too many questions. But the absence of pretense is sometimes itself a pretense, and the people are not so black as they paint themselves. Let us be reasonable. If the dwellers in Manchester had been more richly endowed with beauty, grace, courtesy, and so on, would they have continued to live in Manchester? Or would not other cities have enticed away men who combined these merits with the intelligence and activity which have produced the Ship Canal and the Technological Museum? We do not expect to find pineapples in the Hebrides or violets in the Sahara. Dipping into a volume of Burns, I came to some lines so exactly suitable to the occasion that I cannot do better than conclude with them, after the manner of Addison. But fear ye will, old Nickelben, O wad ye take a thought o' men? Ye Ilbans might, I dinna ken, still hae a stake a woe to think upon ye den, e'en for your sake. End of section 28. Section 29 of H.M.I. Some passages in the life of one of H.M. inspectors of schools. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. H.M.I. Some passages in the life of one of H.M. inspectors of schools by Edmund MacKenzie Sneyd-Kinnersley. Isle of Man. Bold words affirmed in days when faith was strong, and doubts and scruples seldom teased the brain, that no adventurer's bark had power to gain these shores if he approached them bent on wrong. Wordsworth. Footnote. One of my colleagues was unable to land on the island and was carried on to Barrow. Till I had seen these lines, I fully believed that it was the ordinary result of an easterly gale. Now I see that he was after no good. End of footnote. The question was often put to me, why should the Manchester inspectors visit the Isle of Man? They have to cross the territory of at least 3 friendly colleagues to reach it, and surely they have enough to do at home. But the satisfying answer was that with no less inducement could the Manchester staff be kept together. When I was transferred to that city of dreadful night, I was inclined to think that the island, as we affectionately called it, was a Heligoland, a Philippine island. Let who will take it. But the Manchester staff soon undeceived me. We work, said they, with tears in their manly eyes, in smoke, fog, and gaslight for 5 or 6 months of the year. If it were not for the island, we should die. Keep the brightest jewel in your diadem. And therefore, when the board hinted that I was overpeopled, and that without the IOM, I should be poorer but happier, I replied with the familiar Terentian words, Humani nihil a me alienum puto. All that is of man is mine. In the following May came my first essay on man. Certainly, as the crew of Ulysses sang, our island home is distant far. There is a great gulf fixed between Liverpool and Douglas, and out of the tourist season, when only the smaller boats are running, one is tempted to think that the Liverpool inspector, who probably examines night schools in the principles of navigation, is a fitter man for the post than one whose nautical ideas are limited by the ship canal and the Pennine Range. But the sight of Douglas Bay, the clear sky, the pure air, and the quiet of the night, before the trippers arrive, bring consolation and then content. A classical friend hailed me as Anax Andron, king of man, but that really was an exaggeration. I had no pretensions to the rank of Agamemnon. The island belongs to the British Crown. There is a governor and some deemsters, besides Mr. Hall Caine, and a second-class bishop. All these dignitaries and others take precedence of H.M.I. It is somewhat of a mild coincidence that I began my inspecting career in the Welsh Mona, and 35 years later ended with the Northern Mona. The latter is not a large island, about 25 miles from north to south, and about 12 across. The more familiar Isle of Wight is about 2/3 of the size, but has nearly double the population. This inequality is, doubtless, partly due to the fact that the census is taken on the first Monday in April, when Wight is full and Man is empty. If the first Monday in August could have been substituted, Man would have made a braver show. Thus is the dignity of man sacrificed to a pedantic love of accuracy. And while comparing the two, let me pause to note that Wiscaris-Barrig, the old name of the southern isle, had presumably nothing to do with a Wight or Man, and that Mannin, the old name of our isle, had nothing to do with a man or Wight, but that the forces of erosion and attrition had made one into a white and the other into a man. To the ordinary tourist, the island is unknown. A lady whom I asked whether she knew it inquired with some surprise if it was a place to which people went. But in the summer, trippers from Lancashire and Cheshire come in hundreds of thousands. There is the pleasing punishment of a 4-hour sea voyage. On the island, there is cheap board and lodging, with magnificent air and varied scenery. Our visits were, perforce, concluded before the mass of the trippers arrived, and rather before the warm weather set in. But it was a delightful break in the monotony of town work. Our school journeys did not take us into the glens, which are the pride of the Manxmen, and the rest of the country is rather pretty than beautiful. But in May and June, we had all the charm of wildflowers, the fresh green of the beaches, and the splendor of the gorse and the broom. Songbirds abounded in the plantations, and on the coast seabirds did their best to prove that personal beauty is compatible with the entire absence of a musical faculty. Walter Scott makes the island the scene of part of Upheaval of the Peak, but it does not appear from his life or from his journal. Still less does the novel show that he ever set foot there. Wordsworth wrote some fine sonnets on the island, from one of which I have borrowed the lines at the head of the chapter. Mr. Hall Caine, of course, has done ample justice to the traditions and local color. It is some years since I read, and much enjoyed, The Manxman and the Deemster, and at the times of reading I was in blackest ignorance of the scenery. To me the sacred bard of the island was T.E. Browne, whose letters, and especially those from the island, I read and reread. Footnote. Letters of T.E. Browne, 2 volumes, Constable. End of footnote. I skimmed through a good deal of his poetry also, in the hope of finding something suitable for the Manx children to learn, but there was little or nothing of that special kind, and the teachers would have none of it. We are told that Browning, George Eliot, Max Miller, and W.E. Henley united in praising his poetry very highly, but his dialect poems are the most admired, and teachers wage war against dialect. I wonder whether Scotch children learn Burns. The letters, however, are a priceless treasure, and the island which produced him and introduced me to them earns for me a double share of gratitude. Dip into Volume 1 if you see no chance of personally inspecting his haunts. The island blooms like a rose. Primroses make no secret of it now. They are everywhere, and begin to bring with them young bluebells. Terrible joy. But they'll soon get over that. I went up Sulby Glen a bit the other day. The gorse there, as elsewhere, is a mass of golden flame, and I heard the cuckoo. Balaglas is delicious in the sunlight, with the beach and spray breathing over it. Also its primroses are good, also its bluebells. As yet the bluebells are hesitant or apologetic. Of course you know that later on they will attend the funeral of the primroses, with the mighty mourning of hyacinthine blooms, and then they will become quite shaky and truculent, and make the ground their own. Hills above the Gobi Valley, at the mouth of Sulby Glen, twice perfection of gorse hassocks, tufted with bell heather, also of ling in sheets, sprinkled with the bell heather. The sea rim, rounding all with glorious blue, the steamer going round the island with an almost impudent familiarity of approach, like a cotton throwing his arms round the neck of a pretty Manx country girl. Smoking, too, the dirt. Footnote. Cotton equals Lancashire man. End of footnote. Only fragmentary glimpses of these scenes were vouchsafed to us, but they were enough to enhance our enjoyment of the book. Schools were urgent suitors. They engrossed our attention, and what we saw of the beauties of nature was, in the main, what we passed on our way to and from schools. Of the schools themselves there is little to be said that could interest even a professional reader. They are for the most part hampered by poverty. Not that the island is poor, though it produces little, and the harvest of the sea is sorely reduced at present. The trippers are a copper mine of wealth. It is said that on an average, each visitor spends at least a sovereign, and I have heard the income calculated at £1,500,000. A fair proportion of this must reach the farmers, but it requires a specially high tide to bring it to the door of the school. It must be remembered that the island is afflicted with home rule. It pays £10,000 a year to the imperial exchequer and manages its own affairs. No act of the imperial parliament affects it, unless it is specially named. Certain acts are adopted by Tynwald, the insular parliament, when they are considered suitable. But the Education Act of 1902, substituting a central authority for the parochial organization and increasing the government contribution, was not so adopted. Therefore, the 21 school boards, with the £1,000 worth of clerks, etc., remain to manage the 47 schools, and teachers find their salaries so low that they seek their fortunes across the water. No doubt the island suffers, as all tourist places in our country suffer, from parasitism, and the sentence which Mr. Drummond, in his chapter on the social disease, quotes from Professor Ray Lancaster, should be pondered in all such resorts. Any new set of conditions occurring to an animal, which render its food and safety very easily attained, seem to lead as a rule to degeneration. Natural Law, etc., page 317. For 10 weeks or so, there are crowded hours of prosperity. Then comes the long period of retrospection, followed by a longer period of anticipation, neither being remunerative. Even in the season of prosperity, I doubt if the contemplation of Lancashire trippers, frequently tripping, can be any more beneficial to the parasite than it is pleasant to the philosophic onlooker. See T.E. Brown, Passum. Of other works than agriculture there is little. There is some, I know not how much, lead mining. The herring and the mackerel have all but deserted the coasts. Men say that the steam trawlers have ruined the trade. The really serious cloud on the horizon is the want of a career open to talent. Young men who have brains or ambition, still more those who have both, seek their fortunes in a larger market, and the tendency to fill up the gaps with the weedy portionnaire and the seedy genteel indigent is still more alarming. As for the children, the 8,774 children, I lost my heart to them individually and collectively, but I received no encouragement. They are very shy, terrible shy, in Mr. Brown's dialect. In most schools, they never see a stranger except the inspector, and though by the desire of the council we made a point of visiting every school twice a year, there was no time to establish an acquaintance, and the second visit was paid by a different official. In an oral examination, it was most difficult to get an answer, even from the boys. The girls sat mute, blushing, trembling. In Cheshire phrase, I got no farther. The Manx language is almost extinct. At the last census, 4,500 people, out of about 50,000, recorded themselves as Manx-speaking. But we must not suppose that anything like this number was monoglot. In the district between Peel and Port Erin, on the west coast, there is a school, where I was told that the children heard little but Manx at home, but I have never heard it spoken. On my first visit to Douglas, I was under the impression that the children in the streets were talking Manx, but it turned out to be English with all the short syllables eliminated. The local variety is much in use in school. The children pitch their voices high and rise by an imperfect fifth on the last word. Thus they would chant on and around A, and would end on E flat. It is strange that a very similar inflection is in use in parts of Norfolk. The Manx School recitation of poetry is conducted on this principle, and the effect is this: the italic representing the high note, Merchant of Venice trial scene. Portia. The call to mercy not streamed, to drop a gentle rain from heaven upon the place beneath is twice blessed. 'Tis blesses him that gives, nim the cheeks, smitest and smitest. If I laughed or remonstrated, however tenderly, the sensitive plant would shrivel up. Both in the island and in North Wales, I have often been told that on a fishing fleet in the Irish Sea, the Manx, the Irish, the Gaelic, and the Welsh fishermen could converse freely. It would be rash for a man who speaks none of these languages to lay down the law. But we know that they differ widely. The Welsh are Cymric. The other three are the Gaelic branch of Celts. All four would have the Indo-European joint stock and the Celtic roots in common. But conversation cannot subsist on roots. Judging from the names of places in the island, there is little kinship between Welsh and Manx. I do not remember any Manx place name beginning with Lan or Lan. There is no Welsh town or village beginning with Bala. The general Manx prefix, Bala, the nearest approach, is the name of a modern town of LynneT, and in the parish of Lannasil. But Bally is common enough in Scotland and Ireland, so with other names. I imagine that what happened in the Irish Sea was this. A Manx fisherman held up a fish and shouted the Manx name for it, which I think resembles the Welsh Piscaden, whereupon a Welshman held up a whiskey bottle and shouted, "A wee ha wee, good health," and they parted with mutual satisfaction. Yet if there's any truth in the novels of Scott and Lever, the Gales and Erse should have preferred some such word as slaint for health. The bottle is pananthropic. About 1904, some local enthusiast attempted to introduce the study of the Manx language as a part of the island school course. It was manifest after careful inquiry that the language had no literary value, for there is no Manx literature beyond some fairy stories and folk songs, nor has it a commercial value for obvious reasons. It has an antiquarian value, but between 9 a.m. and 4:30 p.m., the time is already fully occupied, and the rates and taxes will hardly bear the additional strain of sentiment. The board in Whitehall are very unwilling to interfere with Manx local option in education, for the island pays all the school grants, and he who pays the piper may call the song. Whitehall confined itself to the sprinkling of cold water on the scheme. I heard no more of it. It is strange that in our crankful England no crank has arisen to demand the teaching of Old English, which we used to call Anglo-Saxon, the language of our forefathers. Why do we not all feel it to be monstrous that the Lay of Beowulf is a sealed book to our 6 million children, and that the tongue of Alfred should be unknown to the subjects of Edward VII? The Manx language may not be a remunerative study, but the history of the island is full of interest, and the excellent patriotism of the Speaker of the House of Keys has provided the children with a school history, abbreviated from a larger work. I wish it were more generally used. Manx history is tangible. The monuments lie all around. Celts and Scandinavians have left traces everywhere. Saints and martyrs such as were Patrick, German, Maold, Bride, kings and warriors, King Ori and others, Stanleys and Murrays. Who would not be proud to be a Manxman? Who was King Ori? I have a great gift of forgetfulness when it comes to history instead of story, and I do not recollect the details of that monarch's career. It is all in that book on the shelf. A Manx boy to whom I put the same question, who was King Ori, replied, a boot. It was explained that he meant boat, and that one of the Liverpool steamers is called after the king. That does not carry us any further, but I remember the story of Bishop Wilson, which a colleague told me as we came back from Castle Rushen, and like an examination candidate, I offered the one in place of the other. Thomas Wilson was 57 years, 1697 to 1755, the saintly bishop of Sodor and Man. The governor's wife had, it was alleged, declared that Mrs. Z was no better than she should be. Mrs. Z said she was as good as Mrs. Governor. The matter was referred to the bishop, who decided in favor of Mrs. Z and ordered her assailant to apologize. On the lady's refusal, he excommunicated her, but she got at the archdeacon. "Plowed with my heifer," said Bishop Wilberforce of his archdeacon 150 years later, and persuaded the inferior officer to admit her to communion. Footnote: that was when the Archdeacon of Oxford acted as chairman of Hardy's committee, the bishop favoring Gladstone. Mansell's epigram is famous, beginning, "When the versatile prelate of Oxford's famed city spied the name of the chairman of Hardy's committee, said Samuel, from Samson his metaphor seeking, 'You have plowed with my heifer, that is my archdeacon,' etc., etc. See Bergen's Life of Mansell." End of footnote. Thereupon the bishop inhibited the archdeacon, whereupon the governor seized the bishop and put him in the dungeons of Castle Rushen, till he should be purged of his contempt. There is much to be said for home rule. End of section 29. Section 30 of H.M.I. Some passages in the life of one of H.M. inspectors of schools. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. H.M.I. Some passages in the life of one of H.M. inspectors of schools by Edmund, MacKenzie, Sneyd-Kinnersley. Release. We have had enough of action, and of motion we rolled to starboard, rolled to larboard, when the surge was seething free, where the wallowing monster spouted his foam fountains in the sea. Lotus eaters. The psalmist fixed 70 years as the limit of man's age, but he did not go into the question of efficiency. That has been settled with less liberality by the rules of the civil service, which pluck away 5 lagging winters and 5 wanton springs from the more generous sum, and decree that survivors shall be put on the pension list at 65. But this, as Isabella, she of Measure for Measure, would say, is for the soldier. The captain is free. The Prime Minister is 5 years my senior. The Secretary for India and the late Secretary for Ireland, now Ambassador in Washington, took their degrees at Oxford in my first or second year. Footnote. This was written in 1907. End of footnote. These hoary statesmen, still as I write, flourish like green bay trees, and I am become a lean and slippered pantaloon. For these high offices, says the Treasury, there is no need of restriction, but for posts requiring activity and intelligence, such as the Inspectorate of Schools, there must be an age limit. Nay, more. A later circular of the board regrets that men should be kept on to 65, when in many cases they have lost their freshness and originality, which, etc., etc., and it proposes to cut down the limit by degrees to 60. On the other hand, I have read that the Prime Minister has appointed one right reverend gentleman, age 67, to be Bishop of A, another reverend gentleman, age 71, to be Dean of B, and a third, who graduated a year before me, to be Bishop of C. But the Premier himself is 71, and this alters a man's point of view. I admit that a dean requires little freshness and originality, but in the annals of another branch of the public service I read that in 1857, when the Indian Mutiny broke out, the government asked Sir Colin Campbell to take command of the British forces in India, he being then 65, and that he started in 24 hours. It's Tommy this and Tommy that and Tommy go away. But it's good gray edit era when the band begins to play. I have taken a slight liberty with Mr. Kipling's lines. However, the arrangement suited me admirably, and it is only to preserve my British right to grumble that I grumble. I had intended to retire at the age of 60 when I became eligible for a pension, but like Andrew Fairservice, whom I have already twice quoted, I had been dacred on frail years end to year's end. Therefore, when the spring of 1906 clearly revealed to me that the coming December would bring me freedom, I made no complaint. That spring had added Salford, with 220,000 people, to my already enormous family. Salford, be it known to southern readers, adjoins Manchester, much as Westminster adjoins London, but in part as Westminster adjoins Lambeth, for the Irwell is the boundary for some distance. Salford is a county borough with 3 members of Parliament. There is no visible boundary between the Manchester and Salford types of MP. They have all bathed in Irwell. Nor is there any visible boundary between the 2 styles of school architecture. There, too, Manchester has set the fashion, and Salford, Nimian Vicina Cremoni, has followed it. But Salford, being the poor relation, is in a more deplorable state. Educationally, however, Salford is now full of zeal. We got on very well together, and, so far, I should have been glad to stay for another 6 months, in order to weld together the inspecting machinery of the 2 towns. There's something to saw that I would like to see sawn, or something to maw that I would like to see mawn, or something to ripe that I would like to see ripen, said the same Andrew. But it could not be. My hands were full. I yearned to empty them, and fold them, and write no more reports with them. The prospect of another November in Manchester was unendurable, and I determined to retire on October 1st, thus incidentally relieving the country of the burden of maintaining me on the active staff for the 2 months before my birthday. What loss is it to be rid of care, said the deposed Richard II. But the Board of Education, which would wrangle doggedly for 3 weeks about a charge of 6pence and traveling expenses, is both considerate and generous in greater matters. It was, they said, convenient to them that changes should be made at the end of the summer holidays, and if I liked to go at the end of September, they would give me leave of absence, with full pay for the remaining 2 months. I gratefully accepted this really handsome offer, bought a new bicycle with the latest improvements to carry my tottering limbs, and went off to the Isle of Man to prove it. On my previous visits to the island, I had relied on trains and carriages, and had found some parts difficult of access. With a bicycle, exploration is easy. There are rudimentary railways, which put one down at convenient spots, and thence there are good roads to nearly all the schools. It is advisable to make the journey agree with the wind if possible, for the breeze is often fresh. But with so much caution, there is unbounded delight. 2 journeys stand out in my memory. One in the wild flat country to the north of the island from sea to sea, and finally over T.E. Brown's Bullock Curragh. The other from Peel over the shoulder of I forget what hill, and then with free-running wheel for miles down a smooth road to Port Erin. It was June, and I was only 64. Here let me record an event which certainly does not belong to the island, but may be conveniently hidden away here. I had been cycling and inspecting, and cycling again all day, and I was weary as I got nearer home. There was a long stretch of smooth footpath, and no one in sight. The prospect of relief from the amber of the Ard-I road tempted me, and I strayed from the macadamized road of virtue to the cinder path of illegality. Suddenly a policeman shot up from a side lane and blocked my path. He demanded my name and wanted to know whether the high road was not a good high road. I praised his high road fulsomely, but I went on to point out that I had been out all day, riding 20 miles on H.M. service, and that I was wearied in doing good works. And I put it to him whether he did not think that members of the civil service, like himself and me, were entitled to some little indulgence. He was much moved, but not more than an official should be moved. He could not admit the justice of my plea, but he would name it to the sergeant. I heard no more of it, and I asked no questions. Those were delightful days, those last days on the island. There was heavy work, for besides the Manx schools, each of which wanted a report, there were 6 active sub-inspectors visiting and reporting on Lancashire schools. And there were boats from Liverpool, weighed down to the Plimsoll mark, with school portfolios from Manchester and Salford in particular, and the Palatinate in general, requiring remarks and suggestions and reports. But one learns to think without taking thought. All day long there was the charm of the island, and in the evenings, by great good fortune, I had the companionship of an old colleague who was engaged in educational work for the Manx Council. I grieve to leave thee, O Ellen Van N. Footnote: this is not a lady's name, but a synonym for the Isle of Man, Mannin. End of footnote. May the herring and the mackerel return to thy shores. May the trippers abound and behave decently. And I was grieved to return to Manchester, but it was not for long. Late in July, I finished the work there and retired to North Wales, on the way to the continent. And there, with a foreground of school portfolios and a background of mountains, I worked in peace. Suddenly a new prospect was opened before me, dimming the sight of portfolios and mountains. There came 2 urgent letters announcing a vacancy on the Chester Town Council and urging me to be a candidate. Footnote: not wishing to be biographical, I omitted to mention that I kept on my house at Chester while in charge of Manchester. End of footnote. If I would accept, I should be unopposed, and I should be put on the Education Committee, where I might give the city the benefit of that experience, which, etc., etc., I laughed, and telegraphed back, impossible, contrary to rules of civil service. That seemed to me to be conclusive. It merely produced an embassage of 2 who begged me to reconsider. Finally, I agreed to write to the office for instructions. To my surprise, there came a letter stating that I might stand, if I would before the contest hand over the mantle to my already nominated successor. In that case, they would give me so much extra leave. This was more than generous, and it took away my last dilatory plea. I accepted the Chester invitation and preferred the mantle with apologies to my successor. Then I proceeded to do all the electioneering things that I had read of other people doing in like circumstances. I had an indefatigable committee. I issued an address. Someone placarded the walls of Chester with my name. A hostile candidate appeared. There was canvassing, in which I took a lamentably ineffective part. There was mural literature. At the critical moment, nay twice, on the day before the polling day, and in the fateful day itself, I had to go into Lancashire on an official inquiry. But by the afternoon post of the latter day, I sent to Whitehall the announcement that I had handed over the seals of office, and I went to the poll a free man. All day long the noise of battle rolled, and in the evening there was quite a thrill of excitement in the street. My excellent and friendly opponent and I sat on a low wall outside the polling station and shook hands with our supporters as they filed by. I thought he was the favorite, but the ballot is as deceitful as the heart of man. At 8 o'clock the poll was closed, and we adjourned to the town hall that the votes might be counted. It was a slow process, and I filled up the time by writing a report of the Lancashire inquiry. That was my last official act. The poll was declared about 9, and to the surprise of my supporters, I was elected by a handsome majority. I was a town councillor. Quod optanti divin promettere nemo. Aridet volvenda dies et attulet ultra, said a pedantic friend next day. Footnote, that which no god dared promise to thy prayer, the wheel of time brings of its own accord. End of footnote. After uproarious rejoicings, I walked home, and in the narrow street that leads the traveler eastward from out the ancient city, I found my best supporters. They were all under the age of 15, and they seemed to have been waiting for me. In the dim light, I came all unsuspecting upon them, expectant. 3 cheers for Mr. Kinnersley! Ooh-wee, ooh-wee! And I was in the midst of an innumerable multitude. Every child in the parish was there, and crowded round me. It was a personal victory for them. Their inspector had been elected, and to them was the glory. Brawny mothers brought out babies in arms, and brandished them. You examined me, Mr. Kinnersley. I'm glad. The crowd yelled on F sharp, and the drums of my ears vibrated like telegraph wires in I know not what condition of the atmosphere. Uri, Uri, they surged round me up the narrow lane, and in at my gate, and up my modest drive, and on the doorstep as I sought for the latchkey. It wanted little that they should enter like Bishop Hatto's rats. And in at the windows, and in at the door, and through the walls helter-skelter they pour, and down from the ceiling and up through the floor, from the right and the left, from behind and before. But they paused, and I escaped the bishop's doom. Good night, children. Good night and goodbye. The end. End of section 30. End of H.M.I. Some passages in the life of one of H.M. Inspectors of Schools by Edmund, MacKenzie, Sneyd-Kinnersley.